thinking back. Drop the class, to establish that the magic, it's automatic. Got a mask, who was at it? Living legend, lethal weapon, mastermind, never tired, tell them all. I'm sick of your talking, you got the wrong one. I'm taking your king and I leave him broken. If I am in second, it's after no one. Just give me a second to let them know. I'm the headline, the deadline. Big time. I'm ahead time, the rare kind. Big time. I'm a living legend, lethal weapon, mastermind. Big time.
Singapore is once again providing conditions that take no prisoners.
I just couldn't breathe, hyperventilating, had a bit of a panic attack.
This is Singapore, the most visited stop on the tour. It has broken Olympic champions and rewarded those who refuse to be beaten by it.
Go! Oh my goodness, he's just chewing through the field.
Some of the finest triathletes in the world who will be crowned our T100 Singapore champion.
Good afternoon from Marina Bay here in Singapore, the setting for what is surely one of the toughest challenges in the sport of triathlon. If swimming 2 kilometers in jacuzzi warm water wasn't enough, try grinding out 80 kilometers on the bike and then top it off with a brutal 18-kilometer run to the finish in the harshest of humidity. To race in the Lion City, you have to be on the limit of what your body and mind can do. This is certainly not a race for the faint-hearted. So before we get underway, 2026 brings a few changes to the T100 format. We've got 20 pros at each race. Athletes can compete in a maximum of 5 races across the year, including the grand final in December, when we bring the men and women back together. And in the race to Qatar, an athlete's 3 best scores plus the final will count towards their season-long position. And on the line, a whopping $4.2 million. It's 35 points for a win, all the way down to 1 point for 20th. Those points are then totted up to crown our next T100 champion. So not long to go then until our athletes take to the water. Let's head down to the race start.
And the 2025 World Olympic Distance Champion, Matt Hauser! Wearing number 3 from France, he is 3rd place in Miami. He's 5th place in the Qatar World Championship in 2025. Please welcome Martin Mercier. Wearing number 5 from the Netherlands, he was 1st place in the T100 right here in Singapore, 2024. Please welcome Youri Keulen. Wearing number 2 from Germany, 6 times the podium finisher in the T100 Triathlon World Tour. Please welcome Mika Noodt. Wearing number 1 from New Zealand, he's Olympic bronze medalist Tokyo. He's an Olympic silver medalist Paris. He won 6 T100 races in 2025. The current world champion of the T100 World Championship Series, Hayden Wilde. Athletes, you are now in the hands of the starter.
So our second race of the 2026 T100 season is underway. The first time we get to see the men do battle this year, and what a place to do it. Who has got what it takes to come out on top in these hot, humid and unrelenting conditions? Vicky Holland, Olympic and Commonwealth Games medalist, 2018 world champion. This should be a cracker.
Yeah, it's been a long time coming, hasn't it? We've been waiting for the men to get going as they have dived into the water here in Marina Bay in Singapore. We've got 20 of the world's absolute best back to join us for the men's season opener, and I'm sure they've been absolutely chomping at the bit to get going ever since they first saw the women take to the water in Gold Coast a month or so ago.
Yeah, they certainly will, and you can just see there straight off the bat Sam Dickinson in the red cap. He has taken this swim out hard already. We know what a brilliant swimmer Sam is. But Vicky, just put into context the conditions that these athletes are racing in, particularly the water temperature, which is a pretty unique challenge for us, isn't it, on the T100 Tour?
It really is. I'm not sure there's anywhere else we race in the T100 or anywhere in the world where we do have these kind of water temperature conditions. They're touching around 31 degrees in the water. For reference, if it hits 32, they can't swim. It is that hot. It's like kind of swimming through soup, and it can have a really big effect on you, not just when you're in the water and how you feel when you're in the water, but more broadly in terms of how it affects your core temperature. It's really easy to overcook it in the water really early on. So I've heard a few of the athletes talking about how they're going to be a little bit cautious in the water and maybe not show their cards and not show their strength. One of those athletes being Matt Hauser. Now, Matt Hauser comes in as the 2025 short course world champion. He's here as a wild card. We're excited to see him race, and we know his swim caliber, his pedigree in the water is extremely high, but he has indicated that he's probably not going to lead it out. He's going to sit back a little bit, and he's in that yellow cap, so if you can find him in there, he's in the yellow cap. But currently we have got Sam Dickinson leading the way. That is the purple cap of Jonas Schomburg on his feet, and then a little bit of a bunch collecting behind him.
Oh, that's such a good reference, like swimming through soup, because it really is really, really warm. And I mean, I'm just trying to equate it for people at home. You know, this is sort of like that holiday that you go on in that nice warm water that you go, oh, that's really nice. It's not the sort of temperature you want to be swimming in competitively, because these guys' heart rates, they're going to be through the roof at this stage, aren't they?
Well, that's it, and they will all have heart rate monitors on, and I know that, for example, Sam is going to get out the water and try and get his heart rate down to a certain level that he's then going to try to maintain throughout the bike, because it's so important on days like today that you don't raise your heart rate too high too early, because it's almost impossible to bring it back down again once it gets over a certain threshold. And that's when you see people ending up in some sort of heat episode, being unable to finish the race, or even worse, in trouble, needing medical assistance. And of course we don't want that. So it's a real case of managing your effort and trying to work out what is sustainable in these conditions.
So that is Menno Koolhaas, who's just overtaken Sam Dickinson there, taking his turn now at the front of this race under the shadow of the Marina Bay Sands Hotel here in Singapore. Sam Dickinson just behind, and we'll get the opportunity once these athletes come out at the Aussie exit to get a split on the timings, work out where everybody is. But for the time being, that pack is pretty closely, it was pretty close together. Interesting, Sam Dickinson speaking this week about staying just under the red line, and you've already mentioned there, Vicky, about the challenges of Singapore, but this is a race where you teeter on the edge, is it fair to say, just trying to make sure that you don't go over, because if you go over, once the body temperature is up, it's so hard to come back from that.
Yeah, you pretty much can't bring it back once it's gone over a certain level, and it's really, really difficult, especially the later on into the race you go. So it's knowing how high you can push it before you end up in a real problem, and obviously that differs for different athletes. Some are really just built for the heat and don't seem to have too many problems with it, and some will find it incredibly difficult. But right now, Menno Koolhaas, as you quite correctly said, has gone to the front there, taken over from Sam Dickinson, and is starting to stretch things out a little bit, and doesn't seem to be too worried about these heat conditions at all, whether that be in the water or when he gets onto dry land. Hopefully that won't bite him a little bit later on in the race. But yeah, you can see right now he's got that lovely long stroke, doesn't look under too much stress. But definitely our leader right now is Menno Koolhaas.
Ooh, that kayaker.
I might need to tuck in a little bit there.
Taken a bit by surprise there by those athletes coming round
there we
at
go.
quite a pace. Yeah, so they move out the way. And look, let's get into pretty much the battle. Well, the battle that I'm so excited about seeing. I think a lot of people at home are seeing. Matt Hauser, Hayden Wilde. Matt obviously coming as the World Triathlon Championship winner from last year. He's a world champion. A phenomenal season for him. He's coming on to the T100. He says it's maybe for one race only this year. We'll work out, see how well this race goes for him. But how does someone like Matt Hauser beat Hayden Wilde today, Vicky?
How does anyone beat Hayden Wilde, I guess, is the question that a lot of the athletes faced. And I think we saw that last year, a lot of people kind of questioning how are they going to take down Hayden Wilde. But Matt Hauser comes in sort of a little bit free, I guess. And he's, again, indicated that to me this week, that he's not feeling the pressure here. He knows that he's coming into Hayden's backyard, if you like. This is Hayden's event that he made his own in 2025. And really, he's just going to sit in and see where he is later on in the race. He's not going to try and push things too early, because I would have thought the obvious thing is for him to get in the swim, try and make a break early on, make Hayden work hard to catch up and possibly overcook things a little bit. That would be the most obvious tactic for Matt Hauser to use. He's indicated that he might not try and go too hard in the swim. We've still got another lap and a half to go, so there's plenty of time for them to potentially put in a little bit of a dig there and make a break. But I suspect Matt Hauser's best chance, or what he thinks is his best chance, is actually to stay as close to Hayden as possible throughout the swim and bike portions and see whether he can be the one to really push him on the run, because no one's quite been able to do that yet. We saw Youri Keulen try a few times last year and not quite get there. Maybe Matt Hauser is the one who can actually finally test Hayden on the run.
Yeah, and it's fascinating. You know, we talk about pressure a lot in sport, don't we? And who the pressure is on, and that often oscillates week on week, game to game, race to race, in all sports. But I think the narrative has been so interesting this week with Hayden ultimately being the pressure guy. He is our T100 world champion. He was the force to be reckoned with last year. Matt Hauser's got the freedom to just kind of rock up, you know. Everyone's going, good to see you, Matt. Yeah. And what I think is an interesting contrast is the difference between this time last year, and you think, well, Hayden was the new kid on the block, wasn't he? And he was the one who took us all by surprise in Singapore. And so, yeah, to my money, I think the pressure right now is on Hayden Wilde, and I think a sort of, well, you tell me, Vicky, as an athlete, when the pressure's off you, just frees you up a bit, I imagine.
Yeah, absolutely. And I think what's really interesting is this is the first time that Hayden's come in with that real pressure, I think. He was kind of free and easy last year, and he just rolled those races one into another. And then he had that awful crash sort of April time last year, which meant that no one really expected much from him. We were just delighted to see him back racing. And then when he came back with such a bang in London and then just went on this winning spree, it was this sort of feel-good, good news story, and there was all this positivity around Hayden. Whereas now he's coming in, not without any that positivity. People are still, of course, very excited to see him back racing. But he's the one they're taking shots at, and that is a different kind of pressure to wear. And so for him, I think this is a new experience. It's his only ever world title. He's coming in for the first time wearing that world title kind of brand, that banner, and he is here to be shot at. Just going back to sort of what we're seeing on screen, I did notice that Sam Dickinson slid back just a tiny bit there and allowed Henry Schumann to come into second place. And I've also noticed Hayden Wilde's green cap. He's wearing the green, and it's probably about midway down through the pack, so he's still very much in touch. We haven't really got anyone too far off the back. Everyone's sort of within touching distance there. No one has disappeared too far back. And I've also noticed that there's one or two athletes whose hats have come off. Now that's obviously unideal in usual circumstances, but on a day like today, they're probably not going to be too sad about that, given how hot that water temperature is. So wearing a silicone hat in these conditions is never particularly fun. So one or two of those hats have slipped off on lap one here.
Interesting. Okay, well, that makes it certainly very difficult for us in the commentary box.
Just a little bit harder for us.
And also for you at home to identify which athletes are which. But obviously, there's
I think is Henry Schumann in second there with in third with the white hat, and I think that Sam Dickinson's hat has come off in second.
Yeah. Well, first look there at Sam Dickinson's new haircut. Being debuted here in Singapore. He went to the barbers the other day, asked for a buzz cut, and his partner Rihanna apparently is on strict instructions not to criticise his haircut until he gets home.
When he gets home, he might be in for a few words, but right now he's getting away with it scot-free. Yeah.
Positive mentality in a race week.
As he said, right, it's all about the performance, and if it aids performance, she'll let it slide. Well done, Rihanna.
Yeah, Rihanna, of course, accomplished triathlete herself. We've seen her a few times on the T100 over the last year or so. So yeah, Menno Koolhaas still out in front here. Raced with us 6 times last year on the T100. Had a relatively decent season in terms of consistency. Felt like the 11th place in Qatar was just the result of a very tired body at the end of the year. The highlight being his 4th place in London and 4th place in Wollongong, Australia. Those were 2 excellent races for Menno. And a brilliant swimmer he is.
And there you can see at the bottom of the screen the green suit and the green hat of Hayden Wilde. So he's in a perfect position this early on in the race.
Yeah, Hayden spent plenty of time over the winter working on the swim. Knows that's a relative weakness for him, particularly after that injury that you mentioned, Vicky. But here we go. Our first chance to get a look at the athletes as they get out the water. 700 metres of this Singapore course so far. Slightly longer second lap as they... Some of them make this look a lot easier than others, and I think that just goes to show the effort that they're putting in. Often you would see them run at this stage, a little slip there.
Pink hat of Mika Noodt as well. They're our 2nd place finisher overall in the T100 of 2025. But that is not very far from front to back there. You know, we've got all the athletes through within about 20 seconds. We were not seeing that in 2025. There were big gaps back. There was usually sort of a relatively big front pack and then a good gap of a minute or so and then another minute or so back further again. So there we go. All the athletes through 22 seconds. That is the tightest pack we have seen ever in T100. And then again, that just goes to show where the level is at in this racing now. That we are 750 odd meters in, and we've got all those athletes within 20 seconds. We should say that the second lap is longer, so they will do that loop again and then a little bit extra to take them to the swim exit.
Well, that's what Hayden Wilde has been saying over the past few days, is actually he's relishing the chance of people getting better and coming and challenging him. Actually, what happens when someone sets a standard like Hayden did last year, he basically was able to set that, and people have come up to his level.
Yeah, that's right. Hayden really has set the level here, and I should just say there are 2 athletes who are about 30 seconds behind, so I had missed them previously, Gregor Payet and, of course, Peter Humerick. So 18 of our 20 athletes in one front pack is still absolutely huge.
Well, let's hear from the man himself, shall we? Let's hear from Hayden Wilde.
He wants to race this distance.
The guys like Hayden who are coming in and they're just lifting the bar a step today. I think we could have an outlier who could come in and just wipe the floor of everybody.
And a fresh air.
Overtaking Rico Bogan to take the lead here in Singapore.
He's arrived with a bang and he is delighted.
Surgery to start line in 97 days. A punctured lung, broken ribs, an injured scapula. What an incredible, logic-defying performance. 3 wins from 3. Hayden has now gone into the lead. 4 wins in 4 races. Hayden Wilde makes it 5 in a row. He's a superhero, a superhuman effort from this Kiwi athlete. Hayden Wilde, our T100 world champion. It does just beg a belief, doesn't it, when you look back at the season that Hayden Wilde had last year, especially when you add in the injury, Vicky. It almost is sort of superhuman. You run out of superlatives, really, don't you?
We said it so many times last year, but you're absolutely right. When he had that horror crash back in, I think it was right at the end of April of 2025, he needed career-saving surgery on his shoulder. There was all sorts of question marks about whether his swimming would ever be back at the level that it once was, whether we would see him back racing in 2025 alone. We didn't really think that we would. We thought maybe right at the end of the year he might be able to make it back to Qatar. But no, he made it back within 100 days. It was unbelievable. And not only did he make it back, he excelled. He came first in London, and you know, that was just the story of the year, wasn't it? Hayden's exceptional recovery from what could have been not just career ending, but you know, even worse.
So, Vicky, I was just going to bring you in actually to talk about these heart rates on the side of the screen, because if there's proof of just how hard our athletes are working, Jonas Schomburg, I think that's 99% of his max heart rate going on in the water.
I'm hoping that's a glitch. Yes. Yeah, you're right. We're now about halfway through this De Boer swim course, and to be at 99% at this point in the race would be pretty detrimental, you can only think, to the rest of his day. So one hopes that's a bit of a glitch in the technology and that maybe it's not quite that high. But even so, look, Sam Dickinson, Henry Schoeman, they're both at 94%. There's a couple of others there in the 90s. And again, it is so difficult in those conditions, in that hot water. I've heard Jonas Schomburg himself talk about how much he really enjoys these hot conditions. He's never raced this length of race in these conditions, but he has raced a short course race in Singapore previously. And he said he really enjoys it. He doesn't even do specific heat prep. He says for him, the hotter, the better. He really enjoys that. So, you know, if that is 99% correct, then we'll have to see whether he still enjoys it when he comes out of the water and heads onto the bike and, of course, later on the run. But yeah, right now, those athletes are certainly going to be heating up quite a lot in there. And, you know, they'll have had the challenge of trying to stay cool even before they got into the water, which is hard enough in the conditions, the humidity, the heat that they'll be facing out there. But then they've got to get into water, which will make them even hotter, because normally in a triathlon, that's the place where you're coolest, in the water at the beginning of the race. Sometimes we race in exceptionally cool water, you know, wetsuits, and you'll see them wearing neoprene hats and all sorts to try and keep warm. In San Francisco, they often wear the booties and gloves and everything to, again, try and keep themselves just a little bit warm in that water. Here, it's the complete opposite. Some of them have even chosen to go without swim skins, and we saw that last year. Those are those sort of little extra thin layer that goes on top of their tri-suits to give them a little bit of added buoyancy. But it's hard to wear those because it's so hot. So some of them don't want to wear those, and adds to that heat stress that they're going to be facing. So there's all sorts of factors to consider when the temperature and the overall conditions are as stressful as they are right now.
Yeah, and it also saves you time in T1. That's, I mean, what does it take to get a swim skin off? 10 seconds?
Oh,
7
no.
if you're
Not
good?
unless you're very slow. No, they'll be running and taking the zip down. They'll also take the shoulders off, and they'll have it basically down to waist. So it probably only adds a couple of seconds when they actually whip it off in transition, but they can't run quite as fast because they'll be fiddling with the zip and taking it off and in between. But we have got a long transition here. We've got about 350 meters from when they exit the water, and then they will run along to the F1 pit building, which is where we're going to have our transition area. It's a slightly different course this year, we should say, to previous editions of the Singapore T100. A lot of the same water and road surface cover, but not exactly the same. And we've got a new base for our transition and finish.
So about 600 meters to go of the 2-kilometer swim here in Singapore. Menno Koolhaas at the last count, certainly from the Aussie exit in the lead. Sam Dickinson
has gone back to front now, I think.
There he is,
right,
back in front. Yeah, of course, without the swim cap, just to make our lives a bit harder here in the commentary box.
Really challenging our ability to pick out who is who, and a lot of them have quite similar suits and swim skins on as well. But yes, I'm pretty sure that is the stroke of Sam Dickinson, and the newly shaved head of Sam Dickinson leading the race again now.
Yes, who could forget, of course, the newly shaved head. We'll get a really good glance at that in T1. But yeah, Vicky, just looking ahead then to sort of the next phase of this race, and I guess, look, this is bunched up. We said it, didn't we, when they came through the Aussie exit? We're used to seeing larger gaps, and this is obviously, you would say, what negated the power of the swimmers slightly. They've not been able to build a bigger lead ahead of perhaps the stronger bikers.
Yeah, I mean, there are some powerhouse swimmers in this race. Just look at those first names we've got on that pylon there. Menno Koolhaas, fantastic swimmer. So is Sam Dickinson, Henry Schoeman, Jonas Schomburg, Willem Hirsch, Matt Hauser. All of those guys are fantastic swimmers. And the fact that they are not making a break in this race and that Hayden Wilde is the next name on that list sitting in 7th place tells me that they are playing it safe. They have decided not to go full bore in this swim, and for very, very good reason. And it's a real shame. There we go, seeing someone just adjusting the goggles there on that. That's Menno Koolhaas just losing some water out of his goggles on that replay. But yeah, so you can tell that they're not going as hard as they might want to. They might. It's a bit of a shame for the swimmers, isn't it? They would want to be able to use this and to try and put pressure on the likes of Hayden Wilde early, but it's a sensible decision not to, and that's what we're seeing, I think.
Yeah, that's exactly the sort of trade-off and the equation you've got to discuss with your coach. Maybe see how you feel on the day as well. You know, you just do not want to go over the limit. And the problem with Singapore is, yes, the swim, don't go over the limit in the swim, but you've then got 80 kilometers of hot, humid, decent inclines there as well on that technical bike course as well. And then you've got just, 18K to run at the end of the day as well. So there's so many opportunities for that limit to go. And particularly as you get tired, fatigue sets in, and you're losing so much water and electrolytes and all of those elements of a race, of a triathlon that these athletes are familiar with. But it's just a tiny bit different in Singapore.
Oh, I think they'll find it a lot different in Singapore, right? I mean, we've heard so many of the athletes talk about how this is their favourite bike course because it is so undulating, virtually no flat there. Absolutely stunning bike course with so many of the city's landmarks that we'll see as the race continues. But it really does take in the whole of Singapore. It's a beautiful course. But it is such a challenge then, because it's not just that they're on a nice windy freeway where they're getting lots of cooling air on them. It's such a battle, and they've got to continue taking in so many fluids, so many electrolytes, so much fuel as well, and that can play havoc with the athletes' stomachs because they're not used to taking in that volume of, as I said, nutrition basically to try and keep themselves in one piece. And we've seen many an athlete fall by the wayside in previous editions of Singapore as they have tried to mitigate for the conditions, but have unfortunately then fallen foul of their stomach, their gut not being able to cope with the amount that they're taking in.
Yeah, my mind goes to Jelle Geens last year, who started cramping on the run, was looking pretty good actually, and then started cramping on the run.
Just couldn't take in that volume of fluid and nutrition. And then on the flip side, you had someone like Jess Learmonth who couldn't take in enough, unfortunately sweated out so much that she was cramping all over the place as she got into T2 and could barely get her shoes on because she was just having cramps fire off on her legs, in her diaphragm, all over the place, and sort of had to hobble her way through that full 18K on the run.
So a bit of respite from the sun as they make their way under the Helix Bridge here in Singapore. That's the Singapore Flyer as well, just in the background as well. They'll make their way past that as they enter the first transition area.
So this part of the De Boer swim course is new. So this is where we haven't seen them go this direction before. Last year they exited on the absolute opposite side of the course. So now they're heading underneath this Helix Bridge, as you said, and then they'll be coming out at the just close where you can see that sort of carpeted area. They're coming out there near the F1 building, and it's a 300 to 350 meter run. So long transition, lots of time for them to wiggle their way out of those swim skins as they get closer to their racking point.
There certainly will be, and I just wonder about the sort of strategy and the technique of that run as well, because you'll want to, in these conditions, it's almost worth, is it, Vicky, just taking even if it's 3, 4, 5 seconds extra to put ice down your tri-suit or just to get cooler, it's worth the investment in the time because you'll make that back later when you're not overheating. Is that
Definitely,
fair?
Yeah. I mean, this is where being a bit calm and patient will certainly pay off. Taking a few extra seconds to do the little things right, as you said, put a bit of ice down their suit. A lot of them will probably have ice in their helmets that they'll then dump out before they put the helmet on their heads. There'll be a few different cooling strategies, I'm sure, that we will see that they will use before they head out onto the bike, and it's absolutely worthwhile doing that at this point in the race because They have got a long way to go. We're only, 24 minutes in at this point, and they're going to be racing for another few hours yet.
So Sam Dickinson still out in front here.
And you can see the swim exit there as he's just going to turn to the right. So turn on the right-hand side, I should say, of the boys.
Sam knows where he's going.
What I was trying to get at was he's the only two boys that they keep on that side. Every other boy they keep on their right. These ones are on their left, and they swim to the right of the boys. But I butchered it, so there we go.
I know. I knew what you meant, Vicky.
Straight to the finish of the swim as we speak.
They certainly are, and I don't think that the end of the swim can come soon enough for a lot of these athletes, given how warm that water is.
Yeah, it was always something I found very, very difficult. I didn't have to do it many times in my career, but for the Tokyo test event, the Tokyo Olympics, we had similar water conditions to this. And for me, it kind of was kryptonite. It was the thing I found incredibly hard to deal with. I found that I was very good at doing general heat adaptations, so that I was good in the hot and humid conditions. But the submersion in the hot water was something that's very different and very hard to sort of cope with. So yeah, for some of these athletes, they're perhaps feeling a bit like I did and can't wait to get out onto dry land.
Yeah, we'll get we'll get a second glance at the timing splits as well as soon as they exit the water. So, as I said, that is Sam Dickinson leading the athletes out of the swim. Nice little exit from him. He looks okay. They look all right. Some of the athletes.
Yes, Jonas Schomburg there, Matt Hauser, and Hayden Wilde, green cap, still in fantastic position.
Yeah.
Youri Keulen's out, Mika Noodt's out. Mathis Magirier there in the white cap. Jake Bertwis has lost his cap as well. Kyle Smith at the back of that pack. So again, I think that's still 18 athletes, all within that must be still 20 to 30 seconds. But here they are on that long, long blue carpet, all the way up to transition. So, some of those athletes who did come out 20, maybe 25 seconds back, they've got plenty of time to make up a lot of that, even as they head on this long transition area.
Yeah, they certainly do. As our last few athletes still in the water will also make their way towards the swim exit.
Yeah, so that was Yannick Schaufler and... Yannick Schaufler was our last athlete out of the water from that pack. But I think on lap one, Peter Heinrich was one of the two athletes who was just slightly off the back, as we see Menno as the first athlete who reaches his bike.
He certainly does. Worth as well keeping your eye on Hayden Wilde here, not wearing a swim skin. You would think his transition time is going to be lightning quick. A lot of the short course athletes do have lightning quick transition times anyway.
They're sort of used to it, aren't they?
Yeah.
And there he is in his sort of green Top Canyon suit. I noticed Matty Hauser dumping ice out of his helmet as he went there. You can see it on the floor closest to screen. That was Matthew Hauser's racking point, and he threw all the ice out of his helmet before he popped it on his head. That's Kyle Smith there and Henry Rappo. Yeah, dumping some more ice out. Now, this can be the problem. I've seen this happen in a women's race before, where you have ice in your helmet and then it gets stuck. So you have to sort of scoop it out rather than just dump it and hope that it comes out. Otherwise, you're trying to fit a quite snug helmet on your head, and it's got an ice cube in it, and it won't fit and it won't do up.
Yeah, this is going to be very interesting to see how they all file out. Obviously, there will be a bit of leniency, certainly in the opening stages of this bike leg, but remember, we're a 20-meter non-drafting race on the T100.
That's right. So as they head out onto the bike now, you can see they are on the F1 circuit. Oh, just slightly on the wrong side of the cones there for Menno. Overcooked that corner just a tiny bit. But they just do a small section, 100 meters or so, from when they come out of transition to the start of the bike loop. And then we've got 8 loops of 10 kilometers, and then that final 100 meters again back into transition. So every lap they will come in and take in the F1 circuit, which is new. We didn't have that in previous years. So pretty iconic, really, that these athletes are getting to ride around the Singapore F1 circuit.
Yeah, amazing. I'll quiz you on oversteer and understeer when we're talking about these athletes.
That'll be a short conversation, Matt, I can tell you that.
It's, yes, we'll get the F1 puns out later on. Don't worry, we won't do it yet.
Can't wait.
So
that's Jake Birtwistle there.
Yeah, that's Jake Birtwistle. And we're back at the front, I think, yeah, with Menno Koolhaas.
That's right, taking in the first little pinch of the day. Nasty little hill here as they go up to head on to the ECP.
And these hills will bite, won't they?
Oh, very much so.
Throughout the course, they sort of, I mean, they do look steep on TV. I think anyone who's ever been, you know, on an overpass or something like that, on any sort of city-based road, will know how steep these sorts of inclines can be. But the fact that they've got to do it 8 times each lap, and, you know, I know you get the downhill, but that sort of mental challenge of going through an 8-lap course, I think, is going to be quite taxing for these athletes.
Yeah, I mean, in one way, I think they'd probably quite like it. They can just tick things off, you know, just little by little, kind of break it all up, compartmentalize it. Right, I've done that, tick, lap 1, done, you know, just kind of tick box exercise, keep in the moment, keep in the processes, and you can break it down into nice little chunks really easily. But at the same time, if you're feeling it, oof, 8 laps is hard. Here we go again. This is Menno, just a little bit of a mistake there. Just took a couple of cones on the wrong side before righting himself. And of course, there's no one coming the other way. He's the first athlete out on course. So there's fortunately no danger there, no worry about other athletes.
Well, we're just on live on here.
Yeah, they obviously the TT bike's slightly more difficult to move through the corners. But, you know, I mean, he's still probably just a mistake, I think, there from Menno.
Yeah, I think probably just coming in a little bit hot, probably didn't quite realise he was coming into quite as sharp a corner as he was. But yeah, we're still with our 2 athletes off the back there who lost quite a bit of time on that second lap, just 3.5 minutes down for Peter Hemerick and Gregor Paye. So they've left themselves with a little bit to do here out on course, but they are the only 2 athletes who are sort of significantly off the back after that swim portion.
So you remember, Vicky, when we were talking about Matt Hauser in the swim,
remember.
And you said that he might be one of those athletes that wouldn't go out too hard, wouldn't try to set the pace, perhaps because he's new to the T100, but also he wants to pace himself off the other athletes who are more experienced in this format. Well, if you look at him now, 4 seconds back from the lead, having not been at the front of the swim, I think he's
might
probably
be excited.
Gone, yeah, that tactic works.
Yeah, I think, well, maybe he's just really fresh because he probably found that swim relatively easy. He is such a phenomenal swimmer, and we see it all the time in short course racing. There he is. We've got eyes on him with that nice gold stripes he's got down the side of his suit there. Brilliant for us, makes it nice and easy to spot, but also possibly a little nod to his gold winning performance in Wollongong, of course, which won him the world title, the world short course title, I should say, last year. But no, he's such a phenomenal swimmer that we're used to seeing him lead out swims. He particularly enjoys the waves. Of course, we don't have the waves and the surf here, but being an Aussie, that's not a massive surprise, is it, to know that he's incredibly good in those conditions. But he's probably come out onto the bike here and thought, I'm actually feeling really fresh and really good. And I know he's also been doing heat prep in the last week or so. He's been adding sort of 30-minute heat stress sessions onto the end of his main session each day. So he's taken it seriously, and I think he's ready to have a go. And he's also, as you can see here, not wearing a visor or glasses at all. So he's gone for the aero helmet, but with no shield across his eyes. That's quite unusual, but not in these conditions. It's a tactic for cooling, because, you know, you might want something across your eyes for safety. You know, you don't want anything flying in your eyes, or for the sun, to stop the glare. And it's obviously more aerodynamically viable with that shield on. However, he's got to mitigate again for the heat, and I think it's quite a sensible strategy to go, I'm going to go kind of a halfway house here. I'm going to wear the aero helmet, but I need to be able to not overheat and cook myself on this 80k bike. So I think that's why he's gone for that strategy.
Yeah, and interesting as well that he has gone for that bike look, particularly given we saw some athletes last year actually just choose to use a regular road helmet because there's much better ventilation in there.
Yeah, that's true.
So a good look here at Hayden Wilde. So that is Hayden Wilde, and all across the season our athletes are competing in the race to Qatar.
History waits at the finish line.
is everything to play for.
Yeah, every place really does matter in these races. It's worth fighting to the very end. So expect to see athletes, even if perhaps they're not in the top 5, even top 10, you still get points in the race to Qatar. And we saw, didn't we, Vicky, at the end of last year in Qatar, all of those, like, one place here, one place there across the season, they add up and they equal significant amounts of prize money.
It's huge, the prize money that's on offer for these athletes, and it's so important that they can deliver, not just in each individual race, but at the grand final, because it's weighted so highly. So yeah, it's a real season-long endeavour for these athletes, and they need to be in good form now, and they need to be in good form in December, and December is possibly even more important for them, which is an unusual concept, something that's only come into triathlon really in the last couple of years, because traditionally triathlon was sort of done around October time, whereas now we're seeing these seasons be stretched even longer, which really just again challenges our superheroes that we've got out on course to show just how impressive they are if they can hold it together across the whole season. And some managed it incredibly well last year and some faltered, and it cost them really, really big time.
I thought Kurt McDonald, actually, one of our, well, where is he sitting? Sitting 18th at the moment. He was really interesting this week, talking about how, because he's a Southern Hemisphere-based athlete, based in Australia, actually for them, you could race all year. There's feasibly a season in which you could start in January, and then you could go all the way through to December, and your race calendar would be packed full of brilliant races, both in the Northern Hemisphere and the Southern Hemisphere. And it takes quite a lot of discipline and planning to get a season together that doesn't leave you essentially cooked throughout the entire season.
It's really interesting. We used to talk about this a lot in short course racing, because we felt that some of the Southern Hemisphere athletes got too carried away early on in the season because they wanted to race through what was traditionally the off-season for most Northern Hemisphere athletes. So we're just seeing Hayden Wilde go past Matthew Hauser here as he charges to the front. This is a sight we're very accustomed to seeing, isn't it? It seems almost like status quo.
It certainly is.
For Hayden. But yeah, we used to see a lot of the Australian athletes, Kiwi athletes come out in really good shape early on in the season. And for them, it was quite hard then to hold it through the latter part of the year. And it's interesting that Kurt's touched upon that, because he's absolutely right. You've got to be so disciplined about when you're getting your really big training blocks done, when you're looking for your adaptation phases, how are you going to make steps forward if you're just always racing? So yeah, nice to hear that he's thought about it like that. And yeah, back to reality. Hayden Wilde on the front of a T100. We've seen this once or twice before, haven't we?
We certainly have. So yeah, Hayden Wilde taking the lead here, making, I guess, you could argue, light work there of Matt Hauser and Menno Koolhaas, although, you know, you would say they will stick with him for the foreseeable, you would think. But of course, 20 metres the gap that they've got to keep now, unless they go for the overtake. And interesting, we're talking about Kurt McDonald racing in the Southern Hemisphere, and Hayden has been speaking, hasn't he, about how actually being in New Zealand over the winter has actually meant a lack of training, but sort of it's not the perfect place for him to train, perhaps as well because he's so focused on, you know, being seeing friends or doing all of the big sort of promo and athlete things that go along with being a superstar like he is in the country.
That's exactly what I was going to say, that the life of a superstar, hey, and we should say Northern Hemisphere winter, New Zealand summer is, of course, you know, to clarify. But yeah, so he has been back in New Zealand over their summer period, and he says how much he enjoys being able to see his family more frequently and do those sponsor appearances and kind of give back in the way that he wants to do as an athlete and as an ambassador, really, and such a role model in New Zealand. But it doesn't make for perfect training. And I think the phrase he uses, when I leave, it's when the magic happens. And that must be quite a sort of a conflicting mindset to have, is that when you're at home, it's not the ideal place for you to train. You've kind of got to leave home to get into a rhythm. And I know he's been in Melbourne recently, and from here I think he'll head to Andorra. That's his usual base. He's got a home in Andorra, and that's where we tend to see him come out of there for most of his races. He's at altitude there, and he's got a nice setup there with girlfriend, or fiancé I should say, Hanny. So yeah, I think that's where he likes to be, to really get into the zone and push on and see those big performances, but undoubtedly a different kind of probably performance gain comes from being in New Zealand, maybe just with that relaxed attitude that you might have, just take a bit of a breather, take your foot off the gas. Last year would have been so incredibly stressful, I guess, at times, so much pressure, but different pressure, not performance pressure probably to get back, the expectation, the wondering, could he get back? How soon could he get back? How bad was this injury going to be? Obviously the pain that he went through and just the recovery from the injury, all of those sorts of things. But then he finished the season so well with that victory in Qatar, winning, of course, the T100 2026. So yeah, for him, I imagine that this year was, or this off-season was very much needed, a little bit of downtime for him.
So that's another look at the pass on Matt Hauser. And he didn't waste much time.
Straight past both, didn't he?
Getting past Mika Noodt as well, on the uphill, no less.
Yeah, switching sides there for the overtake, which is interesting. I think that's not usually recommended, but at
bit
the
of an F1 tactic.
It was a little bit, but I think that's okay. Normally they've been told that they need to overtake on the left, but I suspect he'll be forgiven on this occasion.
That corner there, Vicky, that is
tight.
a tight corner, isn't it? And
that is tight.
That will need a lot of attention, particularly by laps 7 and 8 as the fatigue sets in.
Yeah, for sure. So they are back on the F1 circuit. Lovely wide sweeping corners for them to take, but occasionally one or two slightly more tricky areas that they're going to have to keep an eye out for. But must be pretty cool for them here as they come past the F1 pit building there, riding on the same roads that Max Verstappen and Lewis Hamilton and the likes have torn up many a time.
Yeah, they certainly have. I would hazard a guess they go a little bit faster. I mean, as fast as our athletes are on two wheels, the four wheels of a Formula One car, slightly quicker.
I think quite a few of the Formula One athletes like a bit of cycling. They do it as sort of part of their fitness routines, don't they? So
yeah.
I wonder if they allow them on the bikes on the F1 circuit in the days leading up to the event. I suspect probably not.
No, they do. They very much do.
On their bikes,
yeah, they're allowed.
Fantastic.
And I mean, because I guess in F1 they're long days, right? So actually, the fact that you've got a kind of a free circuit to go and do some laps on.
Amazing.
Yeah.
Closed off circuit. It's the dream as an athlete, isn't it? As a cyclist, to not have to worry about the open roads and the cars and the traffic.
Yeah.
There you go. Hayden Wilde is currently, of course, fastest on course, but that's no surprise, since he's made it to the front of the race. 43 kilometres per hour.
So if you're Matt Hauser now, Vicky, 4 seconds behind Hayden Wilde at the moment, how do you approach this part of the race? I guess if you're Matt, you will have kind of guessed this might have happened. Do you think he's an athlete who goes through scenarios, who kind of works things out and goes, right, plan A, plan D, plan F? Or how do you think he's going to approach this section?
I suspect he probably doesn't have that many plans for this race, and I suspect the biggest thing he can do now is be really disciplined. He has worked with the same coach, Dan Atkins, for virtually his entire career. And I know that they're a great little team, and they have probably gone, these are the metrics that you're going to use, whether that is heart rate, whether that is power, whether that is RPE, that's perceived exertion. So that's kind of just a scale of how you feel. And I think he will have to be really disciplined in whatever metric it is, again, that they have chosen, so that he doesn't overcook it, because this is so early on in the race still. And whilst, yes, he's within touching distance of the front, he's spoken about how he's going to be really disciplined about getting his nutrition in and making sure he does all the little things right, because this is a race that's an hour and a half longer than anything he's ever done before. And not just that, it's in such extreme conditions. So for him, I think he's going to be quite disciplined. He's here taking the pass, as we saw on the left side there, of Mika Noodt. So he is still putting in a good effort here. I don't think he's just going to wave goodbye to Hayden Wilde, but at the same time, I do think he's going to be checking himself and being as disciplined as possible to make sure that he doesn't overcook.
I'm a bit blissfully unaware going into this race, being that it's double the distance and more than I'm usually used to in terms of racing. In terms of my training structure, it hasn't really changed too much week to week in terms of volume. I think just the structure of the sessions, a few more longer threshold runs, tempos on the bike, being in that TT position, You know, it's kind of been a stressful cram period for me the last 3 or 4 weeks trying to prepare for this race, knowing that I haven't really done, you know, a middle distance race before and spent that much time in the TC position. So there's lots of unknowns for me in this race, but I think that's the beauty of it, not knowing what I'm up against and, you know, racing free and without pressure as well.
So let's try and put into context then, Vicky, what Matt is doing here, in the sense of going from short course, obviously an area of triathlon that you made your name in and were very successful in. If I was to say to you, you know, at the peak of your powers, 2018, you just won the world title, right, you're going to go do 100-kilometer racing. How does your week change? How does your training change?
I think the biggest thing is just your key sessions become a little bit less intense and a bit longer. So the actual overall volume of training, I don't think changes that much. Most of the world's best short course athletes now are training incredibly high volumes anyway. It's not that because we race over a shorter distance, we train less. Like, to be honest, short course athletes are doing pretty much the same volumes as middle and long distance athletes these days, but it's the structure of those key sessions that will differ. So for short course racing, it might be that you've got 2 key run sessions, 2 key bike sessions, and 2 key swim sessions a week, and they'll be at the top end of sort of VO2 max efforts or threshold reps. You keep things a bit more around that threshold area if you're training for this distance because it's so much longer. So it's just probably taking a little bit of that top edge off and adding to that threshold base, and just a little bit of muscle strength and endurance, I guess, is probably the big one that you need a little bit more of, and that will bite towards the end of the race, of course, when you've got 18 kilometers to run rather than 10, and you've already been racing for longer than you've ever raced before.
So fantastic side-by-side view there of Hayden Wilde on the left of your screen, Matt Hauser on the right, 2 exceptional athletes. It's a real privilege to watch them do battle here on the streets of Singapore. And what you were just mentioning there, Vicky, about, you know, that transition and actually perhaps not a huge amount changing when you compare short course to middle distance. But do you think perhaps that's why the T100 is appealing to so many short course athletes, the likes of Kate Woff, who came on and dominated last year, the likes of Hayden Wilde, who came from a short course background last year, that actually the transition isn't huge, but the rewards are massive if you get it right?
Yeah, I think for a lot of the athletes who race short course that are particularly strong cyclists, they feel a frustration that they can't always demonstrate that in the racing that pans out in short course. Of course, we do see breakaways because it's pack driven. You can ride in sort of pelotons, drafting is allowed. It's harder to make an impact on the bike and to show that real strength. So someone like a Kate Woff, who came in last year, was desperate to be able to show that actually she is a phenomenal cyclist. And on debut here in Singapore last year, we saw her not just show that she was a strong cyclist, but that she was the absolute all-round package, and she won by the biggest winning margin we'd ever seen in T100, and of course then went on to win the T100 title at first time of trying again. I would say the biggest challenge for short course athletes coming across is time on a TT bike. Because it's not that the training is vastly different, it's not that their physiology has to morph into something completely different. It's that they will not, a lot of them, will not be used to holding this aero position that we can see Hayden doing so wonderfully here. It's a lot more stressful, especially on the upper body, on the neck. You even activate muscles slightly different when you cycle. Your glutes and your quads work slightly differently on a TT bike to on a normal traditional road bike. So just getting comfortable in a position that is fast and powerful is really hard to do, and then to be able to run off it is a different challenge again to running off a road bike. So that is, I think, the hardest switch, and we see some athletes just take to it immediately. I mean, Hayden had already done little bits of this previously. He wasn't brand new to a TT bike last year in the T100. He'd already done some, but he is an athlete who is an example of someone who just looks very natural and very easy on a TT bike. Jess Fulligar on her debut back in Gold Coast in our opener of the 2026 season, another athlete who just on debut just seemed to take to a TT bike, doesn't seem to have too many problems switching. But for some athletes it can take years. can be a really long process of just tweaking slowly but surely, trying to find a position that is both, as I said, aerodynamically positive, it's fast and it's comfortable, and that you can run off it again.
Yeah, and the technology now as well is so great, isn't it? We see a lot of these athletes in the wind tunnel, doing all of that aero preparation, as well as obviously the physical prep and the training as well that goes along with these races too. So Hayden Wilde still at the front of this race, but not by much. That's a good view there of Matt Hauser just behind, 7 seconds.
Yeah, still within
gap.
the 10 seconds, isn't it? So
Yeah.
he's given him a little bit of time, but he's not totally ridden off the front yet. And be very interested to see Hayden's strategy here. We know he almost seems bulletproof, doesn't he? He seems like the invincible man with especially what he went through last year and came out the other side of. But when historically at certain races we have seen Hayden falter, it has been due to heat. So there has been 2 big occasions in his career, both at the Paris Olympics and then again at the Topor 70.3 World Champs back at the end of 2024, where he seemed to have a real struggle, and it went from being absolutely fine, winning the race, to in the click of a fingers, he was struggling to even put one foot in front of the other. And those were both due to heat. That's what Hayden has said. He feels both of those instances were due to. So he's surely going to be a little bit cautious about not going fully headlong into this, because he knows that there is that risk that he can overheat and that it can come up on him so quickly and it can end his race.
Well, just looking there at side by side at the heart rates, the difference between them, I mean, almost 10% difference between Matt Hauser and Hayden Wilde.
Yeah, that's a really high percentage there for really high percentage there for Hayden out on the bike. And we know he's just climbed a hill, so we might give him some some grace for that. But at the same time, that is a very high percentage of heart rate to be having at this point in the bike, and that's the sort of thing that, you know, Hayden is a true professional. I'm sure he's got this under control, but at the same time, he is an athlete who needs to be just a tiny bit careful, because that heat can affect him.
So a little bit about Hayden's form coming into this race. I mean, obviously we've spoken at length about last season and about how good that form was, but just in terms of this year, and perhaps the key point here is the cancelled race in Abu Dhabi. And because that race was cancelled, obviously that was where Hayden was planning on kicking off his year. That would have been a sprint distance race. And I guess that's what he was training for ultimately in the run-up to that. Instead, he raced in Geelong in Australia in a middle distance race, and he finished third. He finished behind Kristen Blumenfeld and Jelle Geens in 3rd place. And that's an interesting result for me. And I know there's a lot of mitigating factors just in terms of, you know, perhaps he was more sprint ready than he was necessarily middle distance ready. But he comes here to Singapore, I think, with quite a big point to prove from that result.
Hayden is not used to getting beat in middle distance racing, is he? I think it's happened about twice ever. So for him to get beaten by those 2 guys in Geelong, I think would have hurt him a little bit. And I think he would have relished the opportunity to have them here in Singapore, say, come to my playground, come and meet me in the melting pot of the best athletes in the world, because that is the circuit that we've got here. And unfortunately, they're not here today. But I still think he's got a point to prove. I think you're absolutely right.
And after that result in Geelong, Australia, where Hayden finished 3rd, you know, he basically just said there were no excuses. He just wasn't ready. So he was very honest, wasn't he? And
he said he felt a tiny bit flat, and that was about all he sort of gave, really. Just said he wasn't ready, didn't he?
Yeah, and you know, I guess when we're so used to seeing these athletes, particularly Hayden, like you said earlier, look so bulletproof, to then have that kind of admission almost of like, oh, he is human. He is kind of, yes, he makes it look so easy. Obviously, the best athletes in the world do make everything look so easy. But yeah, he still has to battle with the fatigue and the tiredness and whatnot of being a professional athlete. And, you know, maybe he just, as we said, just wasn't ready.
I mean, it is hard being a professional athlete, because it feels like when you're on the way up, everyone's sort of excited about you and gives you all these superlatives about how impressive and amazing you are and have been. But then when you're at the top, people kind of want you to lose because they want to see someone else and something exciting and some jeopardy. And so that can be really tough for someone like a Hayden who's now at the top, and he is that person that's being shot at. And so we are constantly going, oh, well, wouldn't it be really great if Matt Hauser came in and mixed it up? And, you know, right now he's doing a great job of that. But it's a tough gig being that athlete who is constantly being questioned, and people are kind of wanting to see a little bit of flavour, a little bit of diversity in the athletes that we see winning these races.
Yeah, we're a fickle bunch, aren't we?
We are.
Both in the commentary box, and I'm sure fans at home. You know, ultimately that's what we want, though, isn't it? We want battles, we want close racing, we want to see these athletes lay it all out on the line, and yeah, certainly the T100 is the place to do that. The best athletes in the world battling it out on some of the toughest courses. I mean, there's nowhere better.
I think what we should highlight there then really is that it just shows what a kind of once-in-a-generation really athlete Hayden is and has been. I mean, the way he can race across so many different distances and do it so well, and the dominance he showed in the T100 last year at that absolute top level of our sport, that goes to show what kind of athlete he is. It's not to be disparaging to the other athletes who are racing, who are also absolutely top-tier athletes, but Hayden is just on such a different level that sometimes he can make it look a bit easy. It's not easy. It's really, really hard, and we need to give him, I think, you know, the most amount of credit for just turning up time and time again and laying it on the line. I mean, last year we saw he did more races than he had to do. Even with that awful crash, he actually had a race in hand. So he did more races than he needed to do last year. He turned up time and time again because he loves this kind of racing and he wants to show how good he is.
So just looking at the timings now, and that gap has actually gone up quite significantly from Hayden at the front to Matt Hauser. 27 seconds, the gap at the last count, which is definitely Hayden putting in a bit of a surge there to make that bigger. Mika Noodt just sitting behind. He's 33 seconds back from the lead. And Mathis Margirier, the Frenchman, also not too far back. He's at 40 seconds behind before then a 20 second or so gap back to Sam Dickinson with Mika Noodt, Youri Keulen as well in there. And just you can see there the fastest laps with Hayden Wilde taking that one so far.
I think it's really interesting that we're seeing Mika Noodt just a little bit further back than we're used to seeing him. So he's currently in 6th, riding sort of in that group with Sam Dickinson and Youri Keulen. And Mika has been the athlete we can sort of rely on to take it out with Hayden in these races. His bike strength has become, you know, what he's totally renowned for. He's been so strong. He obviously improved his run dramatically in 2025 as well, coming out with 2nd overall in the T100 World Titles race, if you like. But this year he started off a little bit more conservative on the bike with a gap of about a minute back to Hayden at the moment. And I know that he's spoken about how he's found this course hard. This course is sort of his nemesis, and I think he's had a highest position of about 6th so far here previously.
Yeah, sixth in 2024.
In 2 years ago, that's right. Yeah, 9th maybe last year as well. So he's taken a conservative approach. I think that's probably very sensible. We're early on in the season. It's incredibly hot conditions, and we even heard yesterday that some of the athletes are saying that this might be the hottest edition they've had here in Singapore, and that's saying something given it's always hot here in Singapore, whereas this is possibly the hottest year of all.
I mean, that's an understatement. It is always hot. It's always striking, isn't it, when you come out the airport and it just hits you. Certainly when you come from the UK. And yeah, my goodness me, this is a crazy place to go racing, but that's kind of why we love it. As perhaps Menno getting some...
You can see the effort he's putting in there, can't you? Going up to here, sort of a fair bit of rocking and rolling. He's not on his TT bars. As I say that, he goes down onto his TT bars, but that just demonstrates how much of a climb that one is.
So yeah, Menno just behind, I think that's Matt Hauser now. He's just caught up actually to Matt just in front.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, those two riding together. And then it's Marjurier who will be just behind them as well. And Matisse is another athlete that we're just used to seeing now being right at the front on the bike. He's just done it so many times in our T100 races now. It's sort of become again what he's been known for, and he hasn't quite hit a podium at the moment, but I don't think it's going to be too long before we see Matisse get up there as well.
Yeah, and he had such a disrupted season last year as well. Basically didn't race between Singapore, which was obviously a few weeks earlier last year, all the way through to London, which was the start of August. So very disrupted due to an injury coming off the bike. So he'll certainly be hoping that this year remains a much cleaner year. I imagine it's much easier as an athlete to build that momentum when you're able to train and have good, clean run going into the season. So that is Menno Koolhaas just making the pass there on Matt Hauser.
And we can see as they are now crossing with Hayden Wilde going in the opposite direction. So that's a really good point of the course where they do this sort of U-turn just at the end. He can see these barriers and you get eyes on your competitors coming the other way. So you get a really clear time check for yourself as an athlete there. How far behind am I? Have I lost more time? Am I gaining on them? What's going on? And they'll be able to see that Hayden Wilde has taken out a little bit more time on them again.
Yeah, 39 seconds. So he really is pushing here to get that lead even further away from Menno Koolhaas and Matt Hauser. And that's where this course starts to bite, isn't it? Because it must just be so demoralising when you see that athlete going further and further and further away from you, especially when you get the out and back sections like this where you can see them.
Well, out and backs are brilliant if you're going away and they're terrible if you're not, or they're brilliant if you're catching and they're terrible if you're being caught, aren't they? So they're a real double-edged sword. But this is, we keep saying it, this is a race that is held under very special conditions. The course, the temperature, the humidity, it can get you at any moment if you are not incredibly disciplined and incredibly well researched in what your body can handle and where the level is for you. So I think for those athletes that Hayden is now putting a bit of time into, they've just got to look at this as the long game now. It's not about what's happening in this moment, it's about what's going to happen in 2 hours' time and how they're going to fare when they're in the back end of that run.
But that must be the hardest skill in sport, no? To just focus on yourself and not look at what's going on around you. I mean, that is
part of the game.
Well,
that's what you've got to do.
That's why you're a professional athlete and I'm not.
So you're saying if you were on course right now, you'd be in full panic mode, you'd be going full send to the front of the course.
If I was coaching Matt Hauser
with 100% heart rate and game over.
God, how do you know how I race?
I think we can work with that. I think we've got some wiggle room to make you a better athlete. I think we can go right there.
All in the mind. All in the mind. All in the mind. So there we go. Hayden Wilde, thankfully, with a much better headspace than myself. And he is still out in front at the moment.
So there's the Singapore Flyer in the background there. One of our lovely big monuments and gardens in the bay. You can see they're almost like trees, sort of man-made big trees in the background. They do an amazing light show every evening at Gardens by the Bay. It's absolutely stunning. It's just such a beautiful city, Singapore. Got so much greenery. The greenest city in the world. I'm not surprised. Massive indoor garden centre as well. It's just incredible.
Finish. This is where it all ends. One line, one wall, one final step. Some chase seconds, some chase limits, some chase the challenge. Different journeys, same iconic course, same finish. T100 journey begins.
Yeah, what an incredible race series it is, and we're going to have age groupers fighting for world titles this year. We've got the T100 age group world championships taking place in December. Last year we had 45 countries, no less, being represented, and you can of course qualify at any T100 race across the year. Hayden, of course, operating on a professional level and certainly making it look rather easy at the moment. What all the great athletes do as he makes his way over the water.
That's right, and just a little look back there to, I think that was Menno, and is this Matt Hauser coming round, and Matisse, I think. Yes, that's Matisse Magirier. So those are now a trio. But they are now back at 49 and 50 seconds. And there we go, that's just updated to a minute now. So they are a minute down on Hayden Wilde, and he is in solo territory once again.
He certainly is. A word on Matisse Magirier then, because as we said, you know, it was an injury-plagued season, but he did very well once he was able to get consistency last year to be a factor in these races. Fourth on the French Riviera, 6th in Spain, 5th in Qatar. He is very much a factor. I guess the question is, amongst someone like Matisse, how does he get to the next level, get onto that first podium in a T100 race?
Well, he has done one. I made a mistake. I apologise. He has got one, and it was, yes, the very first, the inaugural T100 back in 2024.
Apologies, Matisse.
Yeah, sorry about that, Matisse. So he was one of the very first ever podium winners, if you like, back in Miami. But it's been a long time since then. You know, we're a full 2 years on, and he's come close, and he's had a lot of these top 5 performances, but he hasn't quite hit that podium. But I think this sort of performance so far is exactly what he needs. He needs to be in a relatively small group, somewhere near the front, and then just see where those run legs hold him on, if he can hold on with those run legs towards the end. And it was so hard for him last year because he was coming off the back of injury, and he sort of ran out of time to really show where his run level was at. But with a solid winter under his belt, I think we would expect him to be someone that can contend for the podium, and I think he will expect that of himself as well. So right now, I would say this has been a really good start from him, and a really good game plan to try and achieve his best possible result.
Yeah, that is certainly where he would have hoped to be, and he's part of that group who can all work together, really. Menno Keulen, Matt Hauser, Matisse Magirier, they have the power to take it in turns, set the pace, and really take the fight here to Hayden Wilde at the front of this race. But just over 50 kilometres to go until we get into T2, so plenty of time to make inroads here, but equally as much power as Hayden Wilde has, or sorry, these guys have, to take the fight to Hayden. Hayden also has that time to build the gap even further. But that is Matisse Magirier there in the blue tri-suit, just taking the front of this group. So Matt Hauser now at the back of this group.
Yeah, and we've not seen them on screen yet, but Mika Noodt and Sam Dickinson are riding as a bit of a duo, and they are the 2 athletes behind this 3, and they're only about 20 to 25 seconds behind them now. So it's going to be very interesting to see if they all come together as sort of a group of 5 then. And that would make quite a bit of firepower in that group. But, you know, for Hayden right now, this is a bit of a dream, because the more time he gets on the bike, the more he can back off on the run and not risk putting himself into a level that he doesn't want to have to go into for the heat stress and the potential problems that might occur then. But we've still got such a long way to go, and with a big group possibly coming together quite soon, or a larger group possibly coming together quite soon, they could work together to do a little bit of damage to Hayden up front.
Yeah, that's the buy-in, isn't it, for Hayden? Put the work in now, build that lead a little bit earlier, and you might have a slightly easier time of it on the run.
But be careful not to overcook it, because that's what we don't want to see. Yes, we want to see excitement and changes at the front, and we want to see different people contending, but nobody wants to see an athlete on the side of a course having had a heat episode, or just not being able to put one foot in front of the other anymore.
Definitely not. That is the tightrope that our athletes have to walk. And so far, they're walking it very well. So here we are riding with Mathis Margerier, his first race of this year. And we were talking about his form last year, getting a little bit more consistent. Just the only result really that was a difficult result for him was 15th in Dubai, but of course there were mitigating factors, I think it's fair to say, for that race. And yeah, he's an athlete who trains hard, as pretty much all of our athletes do, but certainly puts in the hours. He's a good follower on Strava. We recommend.
So he lives in Grenoble in France, and he's flown in straight from there for this race, obviously coming out of sort of winter and a bit of spring in France, and then straight into these conditions. I know last year he was doing his heat prep in a bathroom. I'm not entirely sure. I would presume he's gone for a similar sort of tactic when there's not too many options if you're living in France and you're trying to combat these kind of temperatures. But yeah, all the athletes will have done some form of heat preparation, or most of them will have done, I imagine, and some of them will have used, you know, heat chambers and very scientific kind of methods with physiologists on hand and all sorts of really strict protocols, and some will have just gone by the philosophy of let's just get as hot as we can for a good whack of time and hope that causes an adaptation. So there's various different kind of ways of doing it. Some, as I said, slightly more in detail than others and slightly more professional than others, but essentially get hot, stay hot, and that will help you to deal with these conditions.
But there's also the danger, isn't there, with heat prep, that you go too far. And we had that with Carl Smith.
We did.
Last year, who came to Singapore but actually didn't race in the end. He felt like he'd gone too far with the heat prep, and that must be so demoralising when you're in good shape and you try to do everything right and you just push it a little bit too far.
Yeah.
That means you can't race. I mean, that must be sort of the worst possible outcome from that.
Yeah, I mean, we should say he was medically advised that he shouldn't race last year. He turned up here and wasn't in a particularly good way, and did see the doctor, who said that his body was not in a shape that he would be able to undertake the race. And yeah, that's the risk, isn't it, with trying to do all these things, whether it's training and pushing yourself close to an injury or pushing yourself close to illness. The same with heat training. Again, it's a stress on the body. It's another stress on the body, and you've got to take it into account with the whole package of the training that you're doing as well, and to try and slot it in so that it is helpful and that it gets the right result for you in conditions like this, is a balance against overcooking it. And unfortunately, Kyle fell on the wrong side of that last year, but he did say he's been a little bit more cautious with his heat prep this year, so he's coming in with a little bit more of a safe strategy to get him through the racing, but he's coming in with a much more, I think, balanced and relaxed attitude. Last year, I think that was synonymous, that sort of approach to his heat training was synonymous with the way he approached the year. He was coming in off, you know, being second in the whole series in 2024 and wanted to one-up that, wanted to improve that. And as a result, he went too hard and it didn't come out for the whole season. And that's Sam Dickinson on screen there. He's just gone past Matt Hauser. So that pack has come together as a group of 5 athletes.
Okay, well, Matt Hauser just there at the back end of this group, and I believe we can get some words down on the ground in the Matt Hauser camp.
Vicky, thank you much for your commentary, doing very and we've got Georgia joining us right now, the fiance of Matty Hauser. Now, they're doing a very good race, but 3 weeks ago we didn't even know if Matty was going to jump into the race or not, but now we see him up there in second place, holding on very nicely at the point.
Yeah, I mean, it was a pretty last-minute decision. He had a really good training block over summer, but then when Abu Dhabi got cancelled, he was craving a race, and I mean, it hasn't been the smoothest training leading into it. He had a bike crash a couple of weeks ago, but there was a bit of pressure going into here that he should gap Hayden in this swim, but he just wanted to respect the distance and stay within touch, and I think he's doing that at the moment, so I think he'll be pretty happy.
Yeah, the 2025 world champion in Olympic distance, a very good swimmer, but deciding just to cut it back a little bit, save the energy for the bike ride today, doing very well. Now, heat preparation. Vicky and Matt have been talking about heat preparation for this race. It's oppressive. It's brutal conditions out here today. Well over 30 degrees air temperature, 31.2 degrees in the water, so very, very hot conditions. How did he do his heat prep? I heard that he was in the sauna quite a bit.
Yeah, well, like we said, he only decided he was racing 3 weeks ago, but I guess we're at advantage living on the Gold Coast. It already is a bit humid, but it doesn't compare to here. I can't even like stand without sweating, but he did some sauna work pretty much only the week leading into it. He'd do like half an hour every day sitting in the sauna, but no specific training in the sauna, but I mean, nothing can really prepare you for this weather, so yeah.
What about him riding in a time trial position over 80 kilometres rather than 40 kilometres in a road position?
Yeah, I mean, it's a pretty big jump from what he's used to, especially he prefers sprint over Olympic as it is. So this is a big challenge for him, and he knew that coming into it. So that's kind of like all he wanted out of this, just to challenge himself. And yeah, he might be complaining with his lower back for a few days, so we might have to put up with that, but he gets away with it.
Sure, he gets away with it. Well, Matt Hauser's right up there in third place right now with Mika Noodt and Hayden Wilde. Well, Hayden's doing what he does best, is getting out there and leading the race. We're going to send it back to you guys. We'll see you shortly.
Thank you very much, Greg. Fascinating insight from Matt Hauser's fiancée there. And actually, I thought she made a really good point about them already living on the Gold Coast. And, you know, if you compare it, say, with Mathis Margirier, as we mentioned, coming from Europe to Singapore, the shock is great. Coming from the Gold Coast, which is a lot warmer, to Singapore, the shock is a bit less.
Yeah, he will be a little bit more prepared than those coming from, especially from Europe, I imagine, at this time of year. He is someone who's very accustomed to those hot conditions, but of course he's still taking it incredibly seriously. He's done a bit of heat prep in the last week as well to try and give him the best shot possible in these conditions. But he's, I thought what was also interesting was Georgia said there that she can't even stand without sweating in these conditions. And we've got, you know, 2,500 athletes who are going to be taking to the race course over this weekend. You know, we've got all sorts of different races going on. We've got our professional T100 race here, but we've got T100 for age group athletes. We've got duathlons, we've got aquathlons, we've got a music run for 5,000 runners taking place tonight on the F1 circuit as well. So all these amateur athletes as well and participation athletes are also competing in these incredibly hot conditions too. I mean, I imagine a lot of them are based here in Singapore, so we'll maybe be used to these sorts of conditions. But, you know, there is something to be said for a little bit of heat prep for everybody, no matter what level of athlete you are, and it will certainly help in the conditions they're facing today.
Yeah, it certainly will. Should I be doing that for London? Should I be getting in the sauna ahead of London, or is that not quite the heat? You know, it's not quite the Singapore heat, is it?
It's not the Singapore heat, but there is quite a lot of evidence now to say that heat prep training in general does have a performance advantage. So, you know, we can go into the scientific papers about it another time if you like, Matt, but there is definitely potentially some gains to be made, especially regarding, you know, blood plasma volume, and possibly even your VO2 can be improved with a bit of heat training. So, yeah, there's definitely a bit of advice out there that we should get you in your bathroom with the shower turned on a turbo trainer, getting hot and sweaty.
Amazing. Okay, signed up. Deal. That's a very amateur way of looking at heat prep. Certainly these guys do it with a fantastic amount of detail. And that is Hayden Wilde there, still at the front. But let's take a look, shall we, at the likes of, or how Matt Hauser, I should say, became a world champion last year. Fantastic support, by the way, just on the side there, people shouting. But yeah, this is how Matt Hauser became world champion. He did it, Vicky, in Wollongong. And this will be, I imagine, for an athlete like Matt, Australian, of course, doing this in front of home fans, this will be a memory that will live long for him.
Absolutely. To win a world title is every athlete's dream, but to do it on home soil and to do it in the way that Matt did it was exceptional. You know, he went in with all the pressure. He was wearing number one. He was sort of expected to win, but it wasn't a done deal, and he delivered it on the day with a absolutely incredible all-round performance. Led the swim, breakaway bike, led from the gun on the run, and yeah, he was unbeatable and a very worthy world champion.
He certainly was, and interesting to hear Georgie's fiance there say about how he actually prefers the sprint distance to Olympic distance. So the idea of doing a 100-kilometre race.
Yeah, that was the other thing I picked up from that interview as well. Yeah, I mean, she said he wanted to challenge himself, and that's certainly going to be what he's getting out here, not just because of the course and the conditions that we keep talking about, but because it's not his favoured distance. He likes the short sprint stuff more than he even enjoys the standard Olympic distance. So, you know, for reference for those watching, short sprint distance racing is a 750 swim, is a 20k bike and a 5k run. It's usually over in under an hour. So it's very, very different to what they're having here.
So this is Matt Hauser, and that is the back of Mathis Margirier just in front of him. Obviously the pylon on the left-hand side is taken at sort of counts throughout the lap, so there is a little bit of variation on that.
Yeah, we get a bit of a lag, don't we, before they go over like another timing mat. And what I think is interesting is that since that group came together as a sort of a 5-athlete combination there, they have kind of stabilized that gap to Hayden. It's still gone out a tiny bit, but it hasn't taken a big chunk again since they came together about a lap ago, and so we're still at around, there we go, minute 13 to Mathis, a little bit more obviously further back in that group. But yeah, they're sort of holding a bit more steadily now to Hayden.
And that will actually probably give them, I would imagine, some confidence. It will give them a boost. I think when Hayden put that surge in, basically in sort of, it felt maybe about 5 kilometres, he kind of gapped it to 40, 50 seconds, obviously then up to a minute. And just knowing that they're still in the race, knowing that they're still within touching distance of Hayden, because a minutes you can easily make up on the run, particularly, I mean, we know what a brilliant runner Hayden is, but just takes him to perhaps fade a little bit at the end or have some issues with nutrition or something like that. And these other athletes are going to be right in the mix. So do not go anywhere, because this race is quite nicely poised, I would say, about halfway through the bike leg, just over 40 kilometres to go until we make our way to transition 2.
Yeah, I mean, with the run, it's not the fastest run on circuit because of the conditions again, but we're used to seeing around an hour for the men in Singapore. So that's a long time for something to happen. And, you know, should they come into transition within a minute or two of Hayden, that is still very much game on territory. That is still a time gap where Hayden has to be very, very careful, and he has to still continue to do all the little things right, because some of those athletes behind really could take advantage if he starts to falter.
Fantastic view there of Hayden Wilde just taking that corner. Plenty of corners around this circuit, so you've got to get good at them. Hayden making it look very easy.
Taking the time to cool himself a little bit with a little bit of water he just took from a volunteer, just spraying it over his arms and then straight back down onto his bars. I mean, he doesn't look too stressed at the moment, does he? He looks sort of pretty in control, getting nice and tucked in there. And he will see, as we say, as he will see the athletes coming towards him, so likely Sam Dickinson first. And that's the pass, or the crossover, I should say, on the F1 circuit. So again, if you're the athlete who's taking a little bit more time out each lap, you really enjoy these moments as you see that you're passing them a bit further away from the U-turn than you were the previous lap. Whereas if you're the other athletes, it's a little bit more demoralizing.
Yeah, worth mentioning as well, Mika Noodt is right in that group now, isn't he? 139 back from the lead, but certainly working with the likes of Sam Dickinson, Matt Hauser, Menno Koolhaas to take the fight to Hayden. all of these athletes can work together just to keep the pace here in Singapore.
Yeah, definitely. Sort of keeping his powder dry a little bit, shall we say, today, Mika Noodt. Just sort of a little bit more of a cautious approach. But I can understand that as an athlete. He's not historically had the best results here. We saw him on the podium so many times last season, but this was not his best race, and he doesn't love this course because he just finds it so hard, and that is the truth of it. It's just so challenging here in Singapore. So yeah, just not seen much from Mika yet, but we're now back with Sam Dickinson, and I know that his game plan today was to really ride to heart rate, try and keep it sort of in the low 160s. Normally he rides with a little bit of a higher heart rate, but he's trying to keep it a little bit under what he might do normally, and whatever that means his power is, that's what his power is, because he knows that he can't dip too high or can't stretch that heart rate a little over a level, you know, goes over a limit and you can't bring it back, and that's what he's trying really hard not to do today.
I think it's fascinating when you cast your mind back to the French Riviera last year, the race where Sam Dickinson made his T100 debut, and he really arrived on the scene, didn't he? He got a podium there and looked right at home on the T100, and he sort of backed that up with some good results last year. And it was, yeah, a fascinating year for the Brit. And you sort of fast forward, I don't know what it is, 8 months, something like that, and he now is sort of battling with the very best in the world, but also looking like the athlete that we know he can be, and looking right at home on the T100. So we can hear from the man himself. This is Sam Dickinson talking to us earlier in the week.
Season, yeah, a big focus of mine has just been the bike leg in the T100. So if that second half of the bike, especially being in the mixer when I maybe might have lost some time last year, I want to make that a strength of mine and hopefully get in the mixer at the front, and also just my consistency with running. So making sure that I can produce a good run leg off a hard bike. I think last year I was absolutely nicked coming off the bike, so I wouldn't really run to my potential. Whereas if I can sort the bike out and maybe come off the bike not having gone full gas, then maybe we'll hopefully see faster run times from me.
So Vicky, I guess judging by that interview, he's identified a weakness, and it's an inverted commas weakness, isn't it? Because he's still a phenomenal biker, but he believes that the bike, if he's able to be more competitive on the bike, that will then have a huge knock-on effect into the run, because obviously the swim is kind of taken care of. He's one of the best swimmers on the T100.
Yeah, well, I think what he was saying was he was putting so much effort into the bike to come off at the front, which he was routinely doing, or at least very close to the front, that he was then coming off and not being able to run very hard because he was so shattered, really, from the effort of the bike. And his best race was his first race on the T100. You know, he battled to try and get a start, but he really desperately wanted to be in the T100. We know it is the pinnacle of racing. It's where all the best athletes in the world meet at this distance, and he wanted a shot. Only 20 athletes get a go, and he had to do a lot of early season racing and other races to try and have a chance to get to this race. And he turned up in French Riviera absolutely prepped for that race. He'd been to altitude, he was in really good shape, and he maybe didn't quite hold on to that later on in the season, whereas this year he's hoping that he can show across the whole season what he can do when it comes to the run as well.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a really interesting year for Sam. Fascinated to see all of that work. I mean, all of the athletes have put in so much work over the winter. But we can hear from a bit more of Sam now.
To be honest, last year, I knew obviously the athletes who were racing, and I knew how good some of those athletes were.
Debut performance from Sam Dickinson on a wild card, and he's hitting the podium.
Almost every other race, I learnt something from it. All of this knowledge, I'll hopefully maximise it in the 2026 T100 season. Is someone gonna set a new bar this year? And obviously Singapore's the first race for the lads to do that. I turn up to every race knowing that I could win the race, absolutely. The start line's the same for everyone, the finish line's the same for everyone. I've got a chance of winning.
man with ambition.
He certainly is.
And yeah, he's such an interesting athlete. He was part of the medal-winning mixed team relay for Great Britain back in Paris. So he has an Olympic bronze medal to his name as well. And he's had quite a long career really in short course racing, but I think this is possibly where he excels. I think he's always been renowned as an incredibly strong cyclist. I mean, he was actually chosen into the Olympic team to be a domestique for Alex Yee. That obviously went pretty well with Alex taking home the gold medal in Paris. But his cycling strength was never able to be really exhibited in short course. And we said it earlier, that's why a lot of those short course athletes are coming across to this distance, not only because it's the most taxing, it's the most special circuit, and obviously of course the prize money and all of that comes with it, but because it just gives them a chance to demonstrate who they are as athletes and what they can do. But he's someone who's struggled to put consistency together when it comes to his running, because he's an athlete that a niggle can turn into a full-blown injury very quickly with him, and I know he and his coach work very hard to mitigate those, and he has a whole team around him that, you know, a medical team, a support team who are constantly on alert to rein him in. And he's very good at flagging it himself as well, kind of going, I've got something, let's rein it in, let's take a little bit of time off my feet, let's try and stop this becoming something more major and stop him from having the ability to even run for 4, 5, 6 weeks. So he has to have these kind of little pauses almost in his training to keep him as consistent as possible. He's had a good block from what I understand going into this race, a few little niggles at the very beginning of the year, but he then went to Australia to train for a month through late February through to late March, and that block of training went really well, and since that point he's been in pretty good shape. So I think he's coming into this race hoping that he can showcase some of that run form, especially, you know, we know he can do it. We saw it in French Riviera. We just possibly haven't seen it at quite the same level since then.
Well, let's see what he can do today on the streets of Singapore. Right now, the man at the front of this race, Hayden Wilde, just coasting actually down that hill, using it as a bit of a chance to gain a bit of breath. There was an athlete just behind.
I think that might have been a lapped
Is that a lapped athlete?
So we're seeing on the pylon there, Peter Hemwerk is 14 minutes down. So yeah, I suspect, unfortunately, that was Peter.
Yeah, okay. I was going to say that's a rapid
someone rocketed through and we missed it, but I don't think we did. I think Matisse is still that athlete in second, a minute 20 back.
Yeah. So Hayden Wilde at the moment doing what Hayden Wilde does best and looking very, very comfortable so far. But remember, this is Singapore. Anything can change in a heartbeat. And, you know, there's still 30 kilometres or so left to go of the bike, but 18 kilometres in the heat and the humidity of these streets in Singapore as well. Not much of a shadow, the sun beating down on the back of Hayden Wilde. A new tri-suit, actually, for this year, of course. The green, what do you make of it?
Quite like it, actually. Yeah, no, it's quite a thing, isn't it? Athletes tend to sort of change it up for the new season, get a new colourway, new design on their suits. It's something that's not been around for that many years in the sport, really, that you can kind of design your own suits and have like so many different options. But yeah, beautiful suits we see out there these days. So very, very nice, Hayden. We give you a thumbs up for your new suit for the year.
Or you do what Vincent Louis or Georgia Taylor-Brown do and just get a new race suit for every race.
Every single race they had a new one. I know, they were fantastic personal designs, weren't they?
Okay. Well, Hayden across the year is competing in the race to Qatar.
History waits at the finish line.
There's everything to play for.
So points awarded for every race throughout the season. An athlete's best 3 scores will count, plus the grand final. That will determine where they finish in the race to Qatar. Awful long way to go, I guess, across the season between now and Qatar. But as we saw last year, the season does come at you quickly, doesn't it? And before you know it, you're in Qatar.
Well, what I enjoyed just sort of watching that video then was just being reminded of the variety of the courses that we have and the different conditions they're going to face. I mean, some of the races, you could see they look cold. And that just seems like such a far away thought right now when they race here in Singapore. And Hayden is currently in one of the very few shaded sections of this course, and he's going to come straight back out into the sunshine here. Singapore, like, it seems like an obvious thing to say, but when the sun is shining, it is different. It is so hot and humid and oppressive, but when the sun beats down, it feels like the hottest place on earth. And that is what they're facing today. They have had virtually no cloud cover all day through this race. And that is just an added factor for them as they continue on. Yeah,
this is sort of as hot as Singapore gets, it feels.
Absolutely.
Certainly that's what the athletes have been saying all week. It's feeling a bit warmer than years gone by, which is Hayden just taking quite a very wide line there just to get through this technical section with those tight corners. So he's making his way around there. Just got a replay here.
I think his bottle's about to come off. There we go. Whoop.
Oh.
Balance on that is some kind of magic that I don't think I've ever seen. Yeah, look at the reaction there from Hayden. That is exactly what I thought, Hayden.
There's nothing this man can't do.
I don't think he could do that again if you gave him 100 tries. Just to balance that right on the back of his saddle there, to realise it was there, take it off, quick drink, and slot it back in again. Hayden, that might be the most special thing you could do today. It doesn't matter if he wins now.
Wow. Brilliant stuff. Yeah. What a talent.
Yeah. I mean, what a talent from his bottle there to just kind of, you know, special bottle that is, to just wobble its way out and perch itself on top of his saddle.
Yeah.
Don't see that every day for sure.
Certainly don't. We could have a word on. We mentioned, of course, the result for Hayden Wilde in at the start of this year in Geelong in that middle distance race, finishing third. He's also raced a couple of more local races in New Zealand. The Oceania Triathlon Cup in Napier, he won that, and then he's also been doing some road racing as well. Some time trials, finished fourth in the New Zealand Elite Road National Championships as well. So he's been keeping busy over the winter, and looks like all of that cycling, all of that fighting with the best in the world is paying dividends now.
Well, he's an athlete who really likes to race, isn't he, Hayden? He, last year, had designs on racing all the T100 series, but also all the World Short Course series, and he wanted to try and win both of those world titles, and that was his sort of aim for the year. And of course, that got derailed by that horror crash that he had, and he still managed to win one of those two world titles, but it did diminish the amount of racing he was able to do. But then he tried to sort of mitigate for that by doubling up on certain race weekends and racing a T100 on one day and a World Series on the next day. And he did very well in all those T100s, but couldn't quite back it up in the short course racing. But it just goes to show that the appetite he has for racing. He's not afraid to try these things. He's not afraid to back it up. He's not afraid to do different distances, to do cycling races. We've seen him do track running races, 10K on the road, all these sorts of things. He just has an appetite for all of it. And so I'm not surprised to hear that he's been at it again with these road cycling champs in New Zealand over the off-season.
So here's a question. Does Hayden Wilde win the World Championship? Like, if he doesn't get injured last year, and he does try to go for all of those championships, for the World Series, for the 70.3 World Championships, and also for the T100, if he tries to go for all of those, does he win them? I'm not sure he does. That's too much. Surely that's too much racing.
It would have been incredibly difficult to do, but it would have been historic.
Yeah.
And would you put it past him? I'm not sure. The way that Matt Hauser was racing in short course last year, again, I'm not entirely sure that it would have been possible. That's Mika Noodt there. It's pretty much the first time all day we've had eyes on Mika. A slight grimace as he went round that corner. I'm sure he's going to take on some water, some nutrition from our volunteers, handing them out. But yes, he is still in that pack there, Mika Noodt. Although actually, looking at those timing slips, we see Matthias Marjurier and Sam Dickinson put in a bit of a gap on Mika Noodt and Matt Hauser and, of course, Menno Koolhaas. So they've got about 40 seconds now. So a little bit of a break happening there from that pack of 5. But yeah, going back to Hayden, could he have won all 3? Well, I mean, we'll never know, of course.
It's a hypothetical question.
But Matt Hauser was racing on an incredibly high level at short course racing, and Matt Hauser had become the athlete who is sort of confident enough to drive a breakaway, and that hadn't been happening in the years before that. There had been many breakaways in the men's racing, whereas we started to see that creep in a little bit again in short course last year, and that doesn't favour Hayden. So going back into it this year, he's going to have to mitigate against that. But we know he's got a new swim coach, and that seemed to pay off very well today. He came out right where he needed to be, just a handful of seconds down. So perhaps that's something he's hoping will carry over into his short course racing. We'll see in a few weeks' time, and I'm sure he starts his short course campaign as well.
Yeah, and don't forget, of course, the Olympic cycle very much begins this year. 2 periods beginning in May of this year, going all the way through to May 2027 to qualify for LA. So those Olympics going to come around pretty fast, aren't they, Vicky? We're entering. I suppose for athletes, sometimes they come around too quickly, sometimes they can't come quickly enough. But yeah, for a lot of these athletes who will be just some shouting there, from someone maybe giving some timing splits. But yeah, particularly as we look at Sam Dickinson here, the Olympics is going to be on their mind, isn't it?
Yeah, Sam's an athlete who's still involved with short course racing, still involved with the British Federation, and has got designs on seeing whether he can qualify for another Olympics as well. So for a lot of the athletes that we see in T100, they will be trying to balance both of those sorts of things. Hayden, of course, will be looking for a 3rd Olympic medal and perhaps his 1st Olympic title come LA. And then you've got the likes of Kate Woff. She went to the Paris Olympics and will be looking again to get to the LA Olympics and improve on her. I think she was 15th in Paris. So yeah, a lot of these athletes will be looking to hit both of those.
So I believe we can see a replay of Sam Dickinson overtaking Mathis Marjurier.
Here we go.
F1 style on the inside.
Yeah.
Into second place.
They have been advised that they obviously should pass on the left, and that is in fact what Sam did there. And it was just a slightly interesting time to do it as they went around that corner. But Mathis obviously heard a call from Sam because he did check over his shoulder, and you saw him have a little look. So Sam must have given him the yell that I'm coming through, and Mathis quite rightly sort of kept to the right so that Sam could overtake.
And when we talk, Vicky, about athletes working together, we've now kind of got this distinct group, haven't we, of Sam Dickinson, Mathis Marjurier behind Hayden Wilde. How can they work together to take the fight to Hayden Wilde here?
Well, I think in exactly the way they've just done. It's, you break the lap down into segments, you push a bit of power on the front, then someone comes through, and it's got to be organic, I would say. You can't be the person on the front turning around and having a shout and saying, come on, help me out here. It wastes too much time. You have to come out of the aero position too often to do it. It's got to be a kind of an agreement that's been made in either a split second or just an unspoken agreement that you will both try to do that. And what a great image that is of the Marina Bay Sands, the pretty much the biggest resort on earth. It's got an absolutely huge standalone casino in there, as well as all sorts of things. The Art Science Museum. There's just so much in the Marina Bay Sands. It's quite the spectacular landmark and resort, really. Opened back in 2010 and cost a whopping 8 billion Singapore dollars. For those of you who don't work in Singapore dollars, that's £4.5 billion or 6.25 billion US dollars, 5.35 billion euros.
Wow.
There you go. There's some stats. That is a Benny building, as they say.
Yeah, you could say that again. Blimey. Yeah, absolutely dominates the skyline here in Singapore.
It's got a shopping mall inside it and all sorts.
You never have to leave.
Yeah, I mean, that's one of the beautiful things about this course. Everywhere we look right now, there's a Singapore Flyer, there's Gardens of the Bay. We just saw Marina Bay Sands. They go past, they go over Benjamin Shears Bridge, one of their presidents, the second longest reigning president, I think. So they've got all these sort of landmarks that you can either see during the course or they're actually on in the course, which is pretty special, and we don't get that at every race.
No, we don't. And yeah, Singapore is just one of those iconic city locations, isn't it? It really is easy to see why it's such a popular destination amongst obviously tourists and sports as well. Plenty going on in the city. But that is, it's just, with the heat the way it is, doing a triathlon here is kind of mad. In so many ways.
Mad. It is kind of
mad. Those are the
mad.
challenges, and that's what makes this such an interesting race.
Yeah. I think if you told a lot of people that that's what you were off to do for the weekend, to race a 100-kilometre triathlon race against the best athletes in the world in pretty much the hottest place on earth right now, they might think you're a little bit bonkers. But I think that's a prerequisite to being a triathlete, is being a little bit crazy and being willing to do things that others simply are not.
Yeah. Just on that as well, we've had 21 DNFs in the last 3 races here in Singapore.
It takes victims, does this course?
It does take its victims, and often we don't see that until the run leg. So, yeah, this is going to be a very, very interesting final third of this race. Do not go anywhere, because I think, personally, this race is finally poised for the likes of Sam Dickinson, who's made his way into second place, to give Hayden Wilde a challenge here as they lace up their running shoes and begin the run.
Yeah, that gap's about 1:39 now, so it's gone out a little bit more, but it's just small margins each lap. It's no big chunks, no big surges from anyone, it seems. Everyone's keeping it pretty steady, which is, again, sort of what you'd expect, given, again, we keep harping on about it, but these conditions are so taxing and unique that you can't really afford to put in those big surges, because those are the things that will spike your body temperature. So if you do find yourself in a bit of a position, say you had to have a mechanical wheel change or something like that, you'd have to be really careful when you start up again that you don't push too hard straight away, because that's what causes these surges in body temperature that are so hard to sort of overcome. You can't then bring your core temperature back down again very easily. It's really, really hard to do. So no matter where you find yourself in this race or what circumstances hit you, you've got to stay steady at all times.
And how much planning will the athletes have done with their nutrition in these sorts of conditions? How easy is that to do?
Well, I think they will all have planned it to within a... Oh, I think that's a drop chain there by Sam Dickinson as he's gone around that corner. Yeah, he's trying to get it back on, but he might have to stop. Yeah, he's having to stop to... It's trapped there. And often you can get it back on whilst you're riding, but it's jammed, so he's had to get off and put that right back on. There we go. That was pretty swift, Sam. That was about as good as you could have hoped for in those circumstances. But how heartbreaking. He's done all that work to get that gap with Mathis Margirier, and then to have that happen. On the plus side, here comes Mika Noodt, so he will have another ally coming around the corner in just a second. But yeah, that's not what you want to happen. That will have likely happened because he would have changed down through a lot of the gears as he went round the corner, and maybe didn't quite have time for that change to happen as he put the pressure on his pedals when he came out the other side.
Demoralising at the best of times.
It is,
but
it is.
In this heat and these conditions,
This plays into
goodness.
exactly what I was just saying about keeping your calm now. He can't afford to go too hard in the next couple of minutes now to try and almost bridge back up to Mathis. He's got to take his time and do it very slowly. If he were to do it all in one go, to try and do that right now, that is when he's going to have a problem, and that is when you could spike that core temperature, spike that heart rate, and find it really difficult to bring it back down again under control to a level that your body can cope with.
Yeah, patience is the name of the game.
That's it. This is where you've got to be patient now, Sam.
Yeah, in these sorts of races. But that's where the experience of last year will come to fruition, won't it, for someone like Sam? He's got plenty of experience so far on the T100. we've got over 7,000 amateur athletes participating across the 100k distance, the Olympic and sprint distances, as well as a 5-kilometre music run here in Singapore. Plenty of opportunities to join us on the T100 across the year. So do visit the T100 website, scan that QR code where you can find all the information for the race nearest to you, or maybe you can make a trip of it and go to the fantastic cities that we're in across the year.
Yeah, I think there's 10 locations for age groupers this year, so something for everyone, pretty much anywhere you are in the world. Come join us, all these different distances, and that's a huge part of what the T100 are about. It's not just these excellent superhuman superheroes that we see on the course in front of us, the professional athletes. It's about creating a huge community of athletes who can go and test themselves at various different distances, and whether you are just getting into the sport, an introduction into the sport, whether you just want to come and do the fun run, get involved. There really is something for everyone, for all the family. I think we've even got junior events this weekend, haven't we? So
yeah, we certainly do.
A little bit of everything for everybody.
So that's what the amateurs can look forward to across the weekend. And let's have a look at what happened here to Sam Dickinson a few moments ago.
Round the corner, and then he starts to put some power down, changed gear there. So he changed gear just out of the corner, and the chain slipped off. And then it's got jammed between his chainring and his wheels. And sometimes you can flick that back on just by changing the gears, but that doesn't always work, and in this case it didn't. It was stuck. So we can see him having to right that chain there, back on, and off he goes. I mean, probably lost, what, 10 to 15 seconds there?
I think all things considered, that was
pretty well.
As good as it could have been,
yeah.
Right?
Yeah, I mean, obviously it would have been better if it hadn't happened, and then it would have been better if he could have righted it whilst on the bike, but I think he made a decision quite early on that wasn't going back on while he was riding, so he hopped off pretty quick and back on, and off he goes.
I mean, how difficult is it to stay calm in those situations when something seemingly as unfair as that is happening? You must just have to draw on all the years of experience that you have. I imagine in younger age groups, like when that stuff happens, it sort of does blow the whole race wide open. But yeah, you just got to remain in the moment, stay cool, because that's not going to define the race.
And try not to say no, no, no in your head as it's happening. And you know, you don't want that negative phrasing going on, but it is really hard. I imagine there might have been a few expletives going on in his head at the time, but he looked to us, I would say, pretty cool, calm and collected. And as you said, he's a very experienced athlete. He's not just been racing the T100 since last year. He's been racing since he was a dot. You know, he's been doing this his whole life pretty much. He's been a triathlete since he was a young lad, and so he's not. So it won't be his first time that he's faced these sort of things.
No, certainly won't, and that's why racing is such a different beast, isn't it, to training? You hear athletes say that all the time, that you can do.
So that's Mathis Marjurier. He's gone through there. I think our pylon hasn't quite picked him up at the moment. It says he's at 3:18, but I believe that was Mathis who went through there. There we go. It's just auto-corrected. And Sam has got back to within about 10 seconds. So Sam's actually done a really good job there of just getting back up to Mathis. I just hope he hasn't gone a little bit too hard with excitement, with that extra nervous energy that he will have got from that mechanical and having to hop off and hop back onto his bike.
Yeah, time will tell. We should rename this bridge the Shouty Bridge. This is
well, I guess it makes sense, right? If you want to shout instructions to someone or advice or time splits, the only place you can do it is when they're not going 45 kilometers an hour or so, because it's so hard to hear anything at that speed, especially with the aero helmets on as well, the wind coming at you. So when they're climbing up the bridge, it makes total sense that that's when you would choose to sort of be there and support, and to, whether you're just yelling words of support or whether, as I said, it's a bit of intel for them. And I suspect that is what Hayden was getting there. I suspect it was a time split.
There you go, that graphic that you can see now on your screen, the fastest average bike speed. Just goes to show how impressive Hayden Wilde has been so far today here in Singapore. A whole, well, half a kilometre per hour quicker than Mathis Marjurier. And then Sam Dickinson, no surprise to see him right up there as well.
Yeah, and of course at this point he's going much faster than that, because that is an average across the whole lap, and we know, we've said about it a few times now, this course has virtually no flat. It's all up or down, so a lot of the time he'll be riding significantly faster than that, but to average still 42 kilometers an hour in the conditions and on this course and the topography of this course, that's very impressive.
Yeah, it really is. And he's not got much left of this bike course. Just over a lap, or 2 laps, I should say.
For those who work in miles, it's about 25 miles an hour. I thought I should just add that in for our miles an hour listeners.
Yeah, there you go. It's
viewers.
mighty, mighty fast on the streets of Singapore.
So Hayden is taking another victim as he rides by. That might even be Jonas Schomburg. Is that Jonas?
Can't quite tell from behind. I mean, Jonas Schomburg racing last weekend. Where he did a full distance Ironman event.
He did, and then in Texas, no less.
Yeah.
So he's not just done a full Ironman last weekend. He's had to travel most of the way around the world to try and back it up less than a week later, which is obscene. So couldn't quite tell. I think that was Jonas, and if it was, it's no surprise to see that he's having a bit of a tougher day. I can see on the timing splits that he was currently in 18th place, which does make me believe that that was Jonas, because we already saw Hayden over Peter Hemwerk, who was in 19th place.
Yeah, I mean, we've seen that done before, particularly here in Singapore. Remember Martin van Riel coming here.
Demonstrates how tough it is, though, right?
I know, and it makes that result even more impressive, perhaps, doesn't it? He managed to get a podium last year after racing the weekend before, and yeah.
And it shows again that this sort of racing, this standard of racing, these standard of athletes, it takes no prisoners. And while Jonas is an athlete who absolutely adores racing, he's a fantastic athlete, but he's such a maverick. Trains on his own, does huge volumes of training, and absolutely loves racing, would race more if he could. I think the fact that he's come here and had this kind of really poor performance for his standard of athlete, I should say, because he is such a strong athlete, I think that shows the level, and that you can't just drop in unless you are absolutely prepared. And I know that he was doing everything he could to be prepared this week. I don't think he did much training at all. I think he only did his first bit of training on Thursday, having raced last Saturday. So he took sort of a full 5 days with the travel and everything to just recover as best as he could. But, you know, Singapore takes no prisoners, and T100 takes no prisoners, and you can't race against the best athletes in the world if you're not quite there, if you're a few % off.
Yeah, certainly you compare that preparation to someone like Hayden Wilde. It's chalk and cheese, really, it's fair to say. Hayden Wilde, of course, tried to do the double, didn't he, in France. He raced both the T100 on the Saturday and then also raced a World Triathlon Series race on the Sunday. And definitely, it's fair to say, struggled in that second race, leaving it all on the line on the Saturday in the T100. But I guess you only find out how that happens by doing it.
Well, that's it. He's a trailblazer, isn't he, Hayden? He's always shown that he's willing to try new things, new innovations, and just test the rules to their limits and see what he's allowed to do. And, you know, he really tried to see whether he could possibly do both of those back to back, and it didn't pay off for him, but now he knows.
Exactly, yeah. Now he's found out the hard way.
Yes.
So the Singapore flyer in the background, just around that corner is where the second transition area is. Not a huge amount of time to go on this bike course until we get there. There'll be, I'm sure, a bit of intuition and energy here from Matisse Margirier, Sam Dickinson in that second and third position, just trying to take the battle here to Hayden Wilde, trying to close that gap, give him something to think about on the run course.
Yeah, that's it. It's sort of damage limitation, isn't it, at this point? Trying to keep it within that sort of 2.5 minute range. because that really does mean that a lot can change once you get onto that run course. Now, let's be honest, Hayden is, on his day, the best runner in this field as well, but we haven't seen him race a T100 this year. We don't know exactly where his run form's at. He didn't show his best self in Geelong a month ago. So he has got something to prove, and you know, he's also got the pressure of being the defending champion, of being the champion on this course last year as well. And he's still got to go out there and deliver and show that he hasn't overcooked it in these extreme conditions. So 2 to 2.5 minutes, it's absolutely not game over, and we look forward to seeing what they're going to bring to the tarmac when their feet hit the floor.
Do you think, well, to my mind, Hayden Wilde has an aura now in this sport, and I think sometimes he beats athletes on the start line before they've even entered the water. I don't know if you agree with that, and if you think that he's playing, you know, but by all accounts, he's first and foremost a fantastic physical athlete, but mentally, even by not doing much, I don't think he plays a huge amount of mind games with the other athletes, but I just get the impression that they stand on the start line and some of them perhaps just go, okay, if Hayden has his day, he has his day.
Yeah, he's not a mind games athlete, you're absolutely right. He doesn't play those sort of games, but he is, again, you can see the athletes passing as they come in the opposite direction there, and he'll have eyes on them and, again, do a little time split, know where he's at. But you're right, he has got a bit of an aura about him, especially at this distance now. Feels like people are coming into his house to play his game, and he's become the world champion. He's become so dominant at this distance. And it's sort of reminiscent of really sort of the Brownlee era in short course racing, that people just felt beaten by them when they were on the start line. And you've got to not have that attitude. You've got to believe you can beat someone, or you're never going to be able to do it.
Well, let's hear from him, shall we? Hayden Wilde speaking earlier this week.
For me personally, is like getting back to business and really, you know, getting prepared for the season. And I think the same goal as last year is, well, obviously with a different title of, you know, title defence this year, instead of coming in as a debutant, as title defence for the T100, but also, you know, trying to be just be better in a sense of how I attack the race, how I look at the race, and just improve improve the details this year, and hopefully that improves me better. And I hope that last year gave the other athletes an opportunity to kind of open the window in the off season and come out strong and really contest up the front. And yeah, I hope that, you know, there's a lot more battles, because it's great for.
Is that cool, isn't it, Vicky? Call to arms, as it were, from the rest of the athletes to say, look, I've set the benchmark now. I've put the markers down. Come battle with me. Come to the front. Because I guess he has just set those standards, those numbers there for all the other athletes over the winter to go, all right, well, Hayden's doing this. I need to get somewhere near that.
Yeah, and he wants these athletes to step up and challenge him, and he wants athletes to come across from short course and other athletes who are currently racing other middle and long distance races. He wants them to all come here and challenge him, and him to show that he is the very, very best in the world. So yeah, I know we've got Matt Hauser here today, and that's exactly what he wants. He wants to have a challenge against the likes of those athletes as well. But I think what he touched upon in that interview is he talked about that, you know, he's coming in with different pressure this year because he is the champion now. And I think what's going to be so interesting is that no one has yet managed to defend. We've never seen a champion in the T100 come back and win it the following season. And so it takes an absolute champion to win, but it takes a superstar to win it again, to retain. And that's what he's got to try and do now.
We were saying earlier, weren't we? It's like almost like difficult second album syndrome, isn't it? You know, you've got to back it up. It's easy it's easier to kind of come onto the scene and do something amazing the first time round, but to then stay there and to be a part of that. You know, looking at what happened to Taylor Knibb in 2024, winning 4 T100 races and dominating that year, but wasn't able to back it up. Last year was a much harder year for Taylor.
Yeah.
And that is the challenge, and a year is an awful long time in triathlon.
It's a really long time, you know, and at the end of last season, it was sort of all about the battle between Kate Roth and Julie Derren and Lucy Charles-Barclay, and it really wasn't about Taylor Knibb anymore. And just a year ago, that thought seemed impossible because Taylor was just so imperious in all the races that she was doing. And so, yeah, it's fast changing this sport, and so far the evolutions have come really quickly. But Hayden is now saying, well, actually, I'm here to stay, so you're going to have to raise your level and come and compete against me. But he has got that real split focus this year with the short course racing. Will that impact on how we see him perform at these races? I know he was originally attempting to do that last year, but that didn't pan out in the end because his short course focus sort of got taken away from him with that crash. It became evident that he couldn't do both. This year, he has got an opportunity to do both. And, you know, without going into the details of short course racing, if he wants to, he has to race quite a few short course races from sort of May onwards this year, because that's when Olympic points start to be gathered. And that's a kind of 2-year process in the build-up to the Olympics. So whilst he can focus still on the T100, he still has to do quite a lot of short course racing as well. And I know he'll want to perform to the highest level at both, and that is a balance. That's a challenge, and he was going to try and do that last year, but we didn't see if it was going to work for him. This year we will.
Just taking on some nutrition there as well, Hayden Wilde. But yeah, the Olympics obviously a huge focus for a lot of these athletes, and that will be fascinating, won't it, to see how they are able to merge those interests and merge the ability to be competitive in both of those. I guess that is why the T100 is appealing for these athletes, because yes, okay, it's not quite as long as a middle distance race. You know, it's 100 kilometers. It's closer perhaps to that Olympic distance. You know, not massively different swim. Appreciate double the distance on the bike, and obviously almost double the distance on the run, but it's closer. As you were saying earlier, the training doesn't change a huge amount. The volume doesn't change a huge amount.
No, I wouldn't have said any of these athletes probably have changed their volume. If there's someone who's gone from racing short course to purely racing T100 or other sort of middle distance 70.3 races, I don't think their volumes will have changed. It will be the content of the quality sessions. That's what will likely have changed the most, and of course the time on a TT bike. That's something that, as again we touched on it earlier, it can be so hard for some athletes to really get honed in on a TT bike, and it can take them an incredibly long time. And for others, it's really quick. And some athletes actually ride their road bike still way more than they ride their TT. And for some, they can't afford to do that, because if they don't ride their TT bike all the time, they simply won't get good on it. So yeah, there is a different horses for courses, as we might say.
That's a good shot there of that second group, isn't it? Mathis Marjurier,
and that's
Sam
Jonas.
Dickinson.
So yeah, Jonas being taken over, or lapped, I should say, of course,
yes,
by Sam Dickinson and Mathis Marjurier.
Yeah, good spot there. So Sam Dickinson and Mathis Marjurier holding that little mini group together.
I mean, again, to touch on Jonas Schomburg, like, let's not be disparaging to him. He is an athlete of such high quality. He's podiumed in a T100 before. He came off the back of the Nice Ironman World Championships, and a week later delivered a podium performance in Spain, I think it was,
Spain,
last season. So he has shown that he can back it up, but that is, I would say, an easier double to do. Well, it is an easier double to do. For a start, they're not racing in these conditions, but he's traveled from Texas to Singapore. That's a bit different from traveling from, you know, Nice to Spain.
Yeah, exactly. That's certainly the case. Just looking a little bit further down there, Menno Koolhaas still very much part of this, as is Mika Noodt. A little bit further down, Matt Hauser just dropping back, actually. 4:21 now behind Hayden Wilde, and Youri Keulen is sort of persisting, staying in there. 6:16 back, of course, a previous champion here, won the race in 2024. And certainly we could do a whole hour on the toll that race took on Youri Keulen
really
throughout the season.
We? Yeah, I mean, I really hope to see a bit more from Youri later on in this race, and at that deficit right now, there's still time for him to feature at some point on the run. Yeah, with a deficit of around 5-6 minutes for someone like Youri, unlikely to hit the very front of the race, but those podium positions are still possibly within grabs. You've got to have somebody, both Matisse and Sam Dickinson, who are currently, of course, in second and third. They've really got to hold it together on the run, and should they falter at all, there is a whole crop of guys who are going to just back themselves to slowly and patiently run their way through the field. It's, in a lot of ways, this race, you've got to approach it more like a full Ironman, because in an Ironman, the full marathon, you know, people come through so late in the race and the pacing is so crucial. I think Singapore is more like that than a regular T100 race, because you just have to be so patient and you have to play to the specific rules of this course, and you can't afford to push too hard too early. And so, yeah, I wouldn't be surprised if some of those athletes who are currently sitting, you know, probably still inside the top 10, but in anywhere in that top 10, they could really shuffle around and move quite a bit higher up in the ranking by the end of the race.
Yeah, worth mention as well of Henry Schumann. He's sitting in 8th place at the moment. Very accomplished short course athlete, Olympic bronze medalist, won that in Rio. 34-year-old from South Africa.
He's Commonwealth champion as well back in maybe 2018, was that? He's won multiple World Series races. Yeah, he's had a very accomplished career in short course racing, and it hasn't quite translated yet across into middle distance. But yeah, we know that he was hoping to race a fair bit of T100 and such last season, but he was struck by a few injury problems, illness problems, and just never felt he got to the right level of fitness. And he was waiting on sort of getting invites or wild cards into races, and when eventually he did get one or two, he sort of realized he wasn't in the shape to contend. Yeah, so the fact that he's here, I think, says a lot, because that indicates that he feels that he is ready to contend at this distance now. And yeah, I think this is a much improved performance from him. We've only ever seen him race, I think, one T100 previously, and that was back in Las Vegas of 2024, but he didn't finish in that race. So yeah, I think he's definitely keen to show what he can do. Currently only got a world ranking of 295, so he really is here on a wild card. Unsurprising with those short course results that you listed there, Matt. And I think he's here to prove a point and to say that, hey, give me further shots. I want to race this T100 circuit, thanks.
Yeah, certainly. And then just behind Henry, we've got Kurt McDonald and Jake Birtwistle, and Jake's had a really good start to the year, finishing 4th at the Geelong race down in Australia. Said he's been working a lot on his bike across the winter, was able to ride about 30 watts higher than he was in any other middle distance race that he's done before. You can see that his training has really paid off. Must be so rewarding when you put in all that effort over the winter and it yields results in the race.
Yeah, that race in Geelong as well, Jake rode the majority of it with Hayden. So he's obviously not quite on that level today, not quite having the same bike power, but he has shown that his bike power has improved massively. And he raced a couple of the T100s last year, but I said to him, oh, I feel like we didn't see the best of you last year. And he said, yeah, I think that's fair, but also I just wasn't at the right level. I was getting exposed for the athlete that I was at that time, whereas now he feels that he's put in such a huge amount of work on the bike that he can start to show that. And since Geelong, he thinks his run's improved as well. So again, he's an athlete sitting inside that top 10 with, you know, a few athletes all within about 20 seconds of him. So he could really look to move up when he gets his run shoes on later on.
Yeah, surely holds the record for the most 17th place finishers on the T100. With 3.
I'm not sure, is that a thing? It's his thing.
We'll get that checked.
Yeah.
But yeah, 3 17th place finishes last year. So, you know, I mean, that's the thing. The level is so high on the T100. Even to finish 17th on the T100 by triathlon standards across the year is still a fantastic result in the context of a whole season and sort of
and it still pays well too.
And it still pays well. And come the end of the year, come the race to Qatar. You know, exactly, yeah, that's going to yield potentially a nice payday right at the end of the year. But that's a good look there, isn't it, at Mika Noodt. We've not seen a huge amount of him so far in the race, but he's just hung on in there, currently sitting in 4th. Let's hear from him speaking earlier on in the week about last season.
Yeah, last year's season I would rate as like very good. I'd say 9 out of 10. Yeah, my race here in Singapore wasn't that great, but it was also it was okay. I was quite satisfied with my own performance. I expected to get like a higher placing, but yeah, everything after Singapore was like very decent races. No regrets in terms of like race tactics, race decisions, and yeah, also in training, no injuries, no major sickness. So yeah, last year was really good.
I think with Mika, we're seeing the result, aren't we, of someone who's committed to the T100. He, all of last year, basically just raced T100s, and that seemed to really work for him. He was able to have this sort of mid-season break, I guess he kind of called it, in around September time, which then gave him the sort of fuel and the fire to come back for another peak at the end of the year. He seems to kind of have really worked out how to do this T100 business.
He really has. We just saw on screen there that stat, 5 podium places he had last year, and he's been rewarded both in his performance level, but also in prize money by committing to this series and just really showing that he is one of the very, very best athletes in the world. And he's just, I'm sure, riding on that confidence. And I think what I picked up from that interview is this is his least favorite race because he's struggled here historically. And I think he sort of feels like he needs to get this race done and get it out of the way, and then he can fly in the rest of the series.
Yeah, fantastic year for Mika Noodt last year. A real, you could argue, breakout year. Became, as you say, Vicky, one of the most consistent performers on the T100. He's only 25, which I think is quite a scary prospect when you consider some of the other athletes here are sort of early 30s and hugely accomplished. But that's a lot of time for Mika Noodt to get better and better. And this could be an athlete who we see an awful lot more of come the next 5 years, whatever, of his career.
It's scary, isn't it?
Yeah.
He's only 25. He obviously came second in that overall series last year. So, you know, 24 years old as he's doing that, 25 this year, and could race for another 15 years if he wants to. That's a lot of racing left in those legs for Mika Noodt, and he's already at this level. It's quite unusual to be so good so young. I mean, I say it's unusual. It's becoming more and more usual now, actually. We are seeing more and more athletes break through at a younger age. But, yeah, it still blows my mind a little bit that he's just a baby in this sport, really.
Yeah, all relative, isn't it? a relative baby in the sport. And he seems to really enjoy his training as well. He was out in Sierra Nevada in Spain. Just put, you know, training, food and snow, but he wouldn't have it any other way, is what he said on his Instagram a few weeks ago. And yeah, somebody seems to really enjoy locking in and putting in the miles, putting in the effort away from all the noise, and then showing what he can do on race day.
I think most athletes, whether they enjoy it or not, accept that that is the best way to train, to sort of lock in and go away on a training camp. There is that kind of training camp effect, which usually leads to a bit of a boost in performance. So, yeah, not that surprised to hear that. He's been to Sierra Nevada, been to altitude to get that early season little boost to his performance.
Well, across the year, people like Mika and Hayden, as you can see on screen, are competing in the race to Qatar.
History waits at the finish line.
There's everything to play for.
And just a reminder, it's an athlete's 3 best scores plus the grand final, which will determine where they finish in the race to Qatar. So an awful lot of time to go, of course, until we're in Qatar, but these places and these points all mean prizes.
Yeah, that's right. They all count. And Hayden here is back on the F1 circuit, going by the pit lane, getting his feet out of his shoes because he is done with the 80-kilometer bike course. I'm about to see him hit the tarmac, put his run shoes on, and head out onto that 18-kilometer run course.
yeah, do what he does best.
Absolutely.
It's hard to believe that.
I mean, which bit does he do best? It's so hard to know. I mean, is it his biking? Is it his running? It's hard to pick.
Yeah, there's not really a weakness, particularly with it looks and appears the amount of time he's put into his swim over the winter, but a really nice smooth dismount there.
That's what you call a flying dismount, definitely. Yeah, very smoothly
fantastic, fantastic skill there to get off the bike. He rounds that corner and he'll put his bike in the pod. Keep an eye out for his run shoes. There they are, angled towards the run, nice and easy. He'll have practiced this many times.
And as you've seen there, he's already got his socks on, so he lost a little bit of time in T1, and I noticed he came out a little bit further down. Oh yeah, quick dunk into the ice bucket there. A little bit of ice in his cap, bit of ice in the mouth, and off he goes. But yeah, so a lot of the athletes will wear socks, but a lot of them put them on in T2 unless they're putting on aero socks, which they often do in T1. He took the time to put those socks on in T1, so a bit of a slower T1 means a faster T2, and out straight away onto that run course, with no problems whatsoever, it would seem.
Yeah, rapid through the second transition zone. He's still got that ice cube in his mouth.
Yeah, just chewing on some ice. That can't be easy. He's having to do some full nose breathing right now to cope with that. And I guess that sort of shows again the level that he's at and how much stress he's under. The fact that he's able to do that. I'm not sure there's too many people who would be running along with an ice cube in their mouth and hampering their breathing perhaps a little bit at this point in the race, but Hayden is a law unto himself and he can do special things.
Yeah. Is that a visor or is that a bucket hat?
I think it's a bit of both. I can't work. Is it a bucket hat with a
hole in the top
That's
of his
what I
bucket
think
hat?
it is as well, but we'll wait till we get a clearer image on it. Again, Hayden doing Hayden things.
Yeah, but this is, I mean, we've said this numerous times though, the attention to detail that he puts into racing, and he will have thought about this. This is calculated. It's not random that he just comes to Singapore and he's
that gives me the most amount of shade around my whole head and onto my neck. But I also want a little bit of breathability at the top, and I want to be able to dunk water on. There we go. It is, in fact, a bucket hat with a hole cut out of it.
Oh, my word.
I wonder if that's been done by him or whether that's been a sponsor custom fit.
Well, you can see these flying off the shelves now, can't you?
Yeah, if he wins.
Yeah, people are going to start doing it. So that is Sam Dickinson. Brilliant
rounding the corner,
race so far from him.
Fully mitigated for that mechanical injury. And you can see Mathis Magirier behind him just rounding the corner as well. So now the question is, has Sam spent too many of his bullets early on there going back up to Mathis after that mechanical, or was it completely controlled?
It's interesting just looking at Mathis there moving much slower, wasn't he? He looked like he was really taking his time.
Yeah.
And Sam Dickinson out on the run course. Nice smooth transition from him.
But we said about it in T1, it is worth, a full ice bath for Mathis Magirier. Get those locks fully covered in that icy cold water before he heads out onto the run. It's probably my favourite part of the race, watching them all just dunk a whole load of icy water over there.
I guess that's a good time to have long hair, isn't it?
Yeah, it is.
You
it really
get the
is.
effect of that for longer. And then, yeah, Hayden just undoing the tri-suit at the back, actually, just to get a bit more airflow onto his back. That is
Mika Noodt. Yeah, coming in fourth place. So Sam Dickinson currently at 2:13 as he head out onto the run. Mathis Magirier at 2:36. Back from Hayden Wilde as he headed out onto the run, and we'll get a time check on Mika in just a few seconds. But I suspect that to be in the 3.5 minute range.
And this, I think this is so interesting. If you were to compare the transitions between, say, Mika here and Hayden, they are such different tempos, aren't they? Mika
very much so.
Really deciding to take his time here, put that ice down almost like one hand at a time.
Very methodical there, wasn't he?
Methodical but slow.
And he didn't throw any of the ice over his head. He's the only one we've seen so far not sort of either throw the whole bucket over his head or just at least some of it, put their head in that cooler water. But Sam again there got his hat on, trying to keep as cool as possible. One of the very few sections of shade there as he goes under the bridge. And Hayden here now has basically done the first section of about 1 kilometre, just over 1 kilometre, which takes him out to the run loop. So we've got sort of an out and back of 1 kilometre that takes him to the run loop, and then they do the run loop there 4 times. So he's got now onto that loop, and once he's finished his 4 laps there, he will run the kilometre back over to the F1 circuit to finish the race.
And you can see this part of the course, I mean, there's a tiny bit of shade there, but make no mistake, this is pretty much all in bright sunshine. I remember from last year when they were going past the air conditioning units from the Flower Dome. Do you remember that? And they were almost getting that kind of hit of air conditioning, which will have felt so, so good for the athletes, because they will have needed that at this time more than any. But yeah, so we'll keep an eye on that. That is Menno Koolhaas,
our early leader. He's in transition in 5th place, so still putting in a solid result for Menno. As we said earlier on today, he's had 2 4th place finishes so far, so still very much within that realm, and we'll be looking to get another really positive result for him. Yeah, it's worth mentioning about this run course that whilst a lot of the paths are similar to what they've done in previous years, a lot of it is backwards, so on the same path but going the other way around, and some of it is totally different because of where the start and finish point of the run are. So whilst we will still be looking at paces and times and all sorts, it's not entirely comparable to the courses that we've had here in previous years.
So 2:22 the gap at the moment between Sam Dickinson on your screen and Hayden Wilde at the front. Mathis Margerier another 20 seconds back, and then Mika Noodt also just behind. That is Matt Hauser, now sitting around 6 minutes back. He's a phenomenal runner. I don't know, Vicky, if he's got 6 minutes on Hayden Wilde here, but this is going to be really interesting to see what Matt can do. And I think we're into the unknown at this stage, aren't we, with Matt?
I think we are, and he is as well, and he knows that, and he knew that he was coming here to face the unknown. And again, as his fiancée said, it's all about the challenge for him and about doing something a bit different. He knows that after this season especially, his focus turns to short course almost exclusively, really, ahead of the next Olympics. But this year, there's a little bit of scope to see whether he can come and dabble in these T100s, and he really, really wanted to take that opportunity and have a little go. As we see Youri Keulen also in transition there. But, you know, Matt Hauser spoke to me about how he's going to be as calm and restrained as possible and just see where his legs take him later on in the run, because he's in uncharted territory already. He's never raced for this long. We're now 2 hours and 26 minutes into this race. He's never raced over 2 hours before. So he's trying to be as patient as possible. I wouldn't be surprised to see him pick up a few positions as he goes through the run, and, you know, if he's feeling good at around 10K, maybe really put his foot down and see how far up that leaderboard he can finish. I'm
excited to see some overtakes on this run course, because it is narrow. That is tight.
Getting a motorbike through there is quite tricky, I imagine.
Yeah, you're going to have to, if you're going to overtake, you're almost going to have to tap the person on the back and just say, move out the way, I'm coming through, because, I mean, this is slightly wider.
Can you get a penalty for blocking on the run? I'm not sure if it's just bike specific, but...
How big can you make your wingspan?
Yeah.
You're not getting through, you're not getting through.
Yeah, no, you are not allowed to block athletes on coming through, I should say. That's definitely not allowed. But no, you're right, there's not a huge amount of room, and especially if you're someone who's you know, got your elbows out a little bit, you might have to go possibly onto the other side of the course just to get round.
Yeah, long way to go for Sam Dickinson to get to Hayden Wilde, but...
Just checking his watch there, probably just keeping a little eye on pace to see how he's going. But, you know, you can have all the ideas in the world about pace, you can have all the ideas in the world about the nutrition you're going to take on, all those things, but it can totally go out the window once you get onto the course and once the environmental factors come into play and you realise that your stomach can't handle what you were hoping, and your pace, your body can't handle the pace that you thought you'd be able to do, because someone like Sam especially, he doesn't train in these conditions. He doesn't live, you know, in the hot and humid, the heat and humidity of somewhere like Singapore. He's from Yorkshire. So for him, he's got an idea of what he thinks he can do, but it's got to be flexible within the realm of what's actually possible when you face these conditions on race day.
But also, when he's training, this race is an outlier, it's fair to say, compared with the rest of the season.
It's a very special race.
Yeah, we go to some very warm places. I remember the French Riviera, that was pretty toasty.
Yeah, our Middle East races, of course, will be hot.
Yeah, but it's a different kind of heat, isn't it? It's not the humidity, the oppressive humidity that you get in Singapore.
Yeah, and the water temperatures that they race in to begin with, that's, again, just it feels pretty unique to Singapore. I mean, I remember in 2024, I think Dubai was incredibly hot there. We did have warm water there as well, but a lot of that run course was actually done in the shade. whereas this run course is not. There's small sections, as you said, where they run past the front of these buildings and get a little bit of aircon blasting out at them, but usually it's pretty toasty.
Yeah, it is. It really is. And yeah, fantastic skyline though for our athletes to enjoy as they make their way around this course. Just there you can see on the graphic on your left-hand side the sort of pace that that these guys are doing. So 3:18 there for Hayden Wilde, 3:18 minutes per kilometre. Sam Dickinson 3:32. Looks like Mathis Margiret 3:25. I mean, these are rapid paces to be doing in these conditions at the best of times.
And they are. You're absolutely right. But what we should say is that on other races that are not in these special conditions, we would be normally seeing them run 10, 15 seconds faster than that per kilometre. So right now they are honouring and showing that is why they have to run just a little bit slower in these conditions.
Well, if you like what you're seeing and you want to give it a go, come join us on the T100 next year. Yeah, you can add your T100 race to your calendar for 2026. If you scan the QR code on your screen, we've got a whole variety of distances and iconic global locations. We've got Spain coming up, London, Vancouver, Dubai and Qatar. And of course, entries open for some races next year as well. So scan that QR code. That will take you to the T100 website where you can find the nearest race to you.
Worth noting that we've already got our date in the diary for Singapore next year, so we will be back on the 10th and 11th of April. So again, head to the T100Triathlon.com for more details on that. And we should mention, of course, that 2025 saw the inaugural T100 Age Group World Championships happening, and that's happening again this year in December. You can qualify at any one of the T100s this year, so all the details you need for that are again on T100Triathlon.com.
They certainly are. That was a really special part of the Qatar race, seeing the countries represented, 45 no less, from around the world, all of whom had taken part in T100 races. And yeah, fantastic moment for the T100 and our journey into and continuing into triathlon. That's a really good shot, isn't it?
I'm just admiring the hat. You admiring the hat as well.
Bucket visor. I can't quite think on my feet here. What are we calling it? A bucket visor or a visor?
Visor? I don't know. Someone online's probably got there already, and we've not. So let us know if you've got the name. If you coined the name for what that is on Hayden Wilde's head right now.
Kind of makes all the other athletes look a bit foolish, doesn't it? Not having a hole in the top of there.
I'm not sure I go that far yet, Matt. We've not had this proven that this is going to work, and also it's a look. Let's be honest, it is a look, isn't it?
It certainly is a look, but one that Hayden is certainly pulling off at this stage. And well, there you go, a bit of shade for him.
Finally, a bit of shade. It just shows, though, doesn't it, the lengths athletes will go to, not just for triathlon and for the T100 and for the ultimate glory, but for this race specifically. I mean, we've had Sam Dickinson with his shaved head, and now we've got Hayden Wilde with his visor. I don't know if that works.
Working title.
Yeah, it's a work in progress. We'll come back to it.
For now, he's sitting very comfortable at the front of this race. So the Singapore skyline in the background, one of the most iconic skylines in the world, it's fair to say. An amazing city. And athletes and everyone who comes to Singapore loving their time here, it's fair to say, this week. That is a brilliant look at Hayden Wilde just going past Sam Dickinson there as Mathis Margirier also makes the pass as well. So that is the gap as things stand. And I think those paces per kilometre might be a little bit...
I think we might just disregard those
might
now.
not be quite correct. He's making it look...
Otherwise there's been a problem,
yes.
I'm going to say.
Yes, for both of them.
For both of them, yes. But currently, both of them looking pretty good. Hayden, I would say, not looking quite as fast-flowing as I am used to seeing him, but yet to be determined whether that is deliberate or not. You know, he did come off the bike with that good gap. He had a 2.5-minute gap back to Sam Dickinson, so he had a little bit of time to spare. I felt like he ran out looking better maybe than he's looking right now, but equally he's got a little bit of wiggle room, hasn't he? He doesn't have to push all the time. If he's feeling that he's getting a little bit hot, a little bit under stress, he can back it off a little bit. That gap to Sam Dickinson has, of course, gone out another 30 seconds or so since they headed out onto the run. So it's not as if he's being caught at this moment, but it's just the first time I've seen him and thought, doesn't look quite as flowy, maybe, as he had done previously. And on, of course, the split screen there, we can actually see Mathis Margirier, who has got Sam Dickinson well within his sights. He has not let him go at all, so those two rode virtually the entire bike ride together, and then came into transition just a few seconds apart, and that's exactly where they are now, locked in at this early stage of the run.
But that must be really challenging for Hayden Wilde, because you've got this lead, you've got this nice cushion, but how do you ebb away at that? How do you make sure that you obviously maintain that cushion? But if you are starting to flag, if you're starting to feel it, back off, but not back off too much that you allow the other racers back in. It's a fine balance, isn't it?
It is, but he will be getting time checks, I'm sure, from supporters out there on course, and with the nature of this course, he will see his competitors occasionally, so he'll get eyes on and just be able to tell that he's still okay, that's still a solid gap. And I have to say, he's looking a little bit better again now. It was just through that twisty section in the shade that I thought I'd started to see a little bit less flow from Hayden, but he looks a little bit better again now. Perhaps a little bit more shoulder movement from him than I'm used to seeing, but you know, I forgive all those things because it's about 1,000,000 degrees out there.
Yeah, and he's still, whichever way you cut it, he's still absolutely rapid and looking very comfortable at the front of this race. It's good to see the lily pads there. I'll never forget the shot from last year of Kate Wolf winning. That shot was she sort of realised.
When she sort of gave it away on her face for the first time, didn't she, of just how elated she was and how much it meant to her.
Yeah.
She'd sort of kept that poker face for, you know, what, 99 kilometres, and that final 1K, she sort of looked to the camera and gave a little fist pump, didn't she, a fist clench, and just showed how delighted she was that she'd arrived, really, hadn't she, by that point. And that was the moment from where we just spoke about her all season long, and she really just did deliver, I should say, at race after race after race, and became our T100 world champion.
Yeah, very fond memories in Singapore for Kate, and indeed for Hayden last year. Don't forget, he won this race and announced himself onto the T100 World Tour.
So it looks as if Mathis Margirier is closing in on Sam Dickinson there. That gap was definitely about 20 seconds at the start of the run, and even when we started on this image, it was, you know, probably 5 to 10 seconds, and it feels like that's just 3 to 4 seconds now. So I think pretty soon we are going to see a change in these podium positions as Mathis Margirier looks set to make the pass on Sam Dickinson.
Well, across the weekend, we've got thousands of amateur athletes taking to the streets of Singapore. One of them is Natalie Dow. Here is her story. So before we do that, actually, we're just going to look, stay with these pictures, because that is Mathis Margirier overtaking Sam Dickinson, and that is for second place. And that is an impressive run so far, isn't it, from Mathis? He's been able to keep up with Sam, pass him.
his cadence looks much higher than Sam's. As Sam's always had quite a loping stride anyway, but Matisse looks much fresher at this point as Sam starts to add a bit more rock and roll. You can see he's moving a bit side to side. So, yeah, Sam's got to hold it together now.
Yeah. Let's see how close Sam can stay to Matisse. In the meantime, we can now hear from Natalie Dow, who's taking part this weekend.
I found ultra endurance in my 40s and decided to go and set myself a couple of challenges, which resulted in a couple of world records along the way. I just finished a world record attempt running the length of Malaysia in 6 days and 16 hours. As an older woman, it's exactly why I started to do these crazy runs, because proving that physically we're capable of amazing things. I think endurance is more mental. Maybe that's a controversial answer, but I think if you believe it, then you can do it. This will be my third Singapore T100, so each time I have done it in a team, I love that I get to do it with friends for a change, and then I get to cheer on the elites, which is amazing that they're running the same streets that I run on a daily basis, and just being part of such an amazing event.
It was her third one, her third Singapore T100. So she's a regular, on our circuit. But yeah, gosh, running the length of Malaysia. I mean, we talk about how hard it is for these athletes to run 18 kilometers in these conditions, and she's run the length of Malaysia in it. So pretty exceptional. And there we go, Hayden Wilde in the opposite direction as Matisse Marjurier heads out to that turnaround. And that's one of those pinch points on the course that I spoke about, where they will get to see each other, and no doubt they'll have a little look at their watch and have a check on what the time gap is. They will be getting information sporadically around course, but it's always good to keep an eye on it yourself.
Yeah, certainly is. Hayden at the moment is looking pretty good. I mean, Vicky, you mentioned earlier just about his run cadence and about just, I mean, just give us a little rundown of Hayden and how he runs and what makes him such a good runner. How long have we got?
I mean, everything just works. What can you say? He's very neat. He's very compact. I think as I said earlier, I felt like there's a little bit more movement through his shoulders at the moment, and I'm trying to remember whether that's a normal thing for Hayden or not. But what I'm most interested in right now actually is looking at his face, because when we were commenting on him before, and when I was saying, oh, is he looking a little bit shaky perhaps, we're watching him from behind. And I think the face can tell so much when you're running. You know, there's so much, you could put a poker face on it if you're really under strain. But looking at him front on here, he doesn't look under very much strain to me at all. This is an athlete who is in control. But again, yet to be determined whether it is a poker face, but I think he's looking pretty good. You can see he shakes his arms out quite a lot. That's something that just helps kind of relax you, reset your rhythm a little bit. And for me as well, I often used to find my hands would go a bit numb from sort of holding them in position for too long. And so just shaking them out just helps to get the blood flowing back a little bit again. So there's multiple reasons why you do that. And a lot of it is, you know, just for rhythm and for just a bit of feel.
Yeah, he's certainly making this look rather easy at the moment. Still a long way to go. We've got just over 11 kilometres on the second lap of this run course. We'll see what Matisse Marjurier, Sam Dickinson can do just behind. But let's hear from Natalie again. I believe she's down with Greg.
Here we go. All right, thank you very much, Matt, and Vicky back there. And well, we got a special guest with us right now. Look, there's plenty happening here at the Singapore T100. We've had races this morning, the youth aquathlon. We've had our sprint distance race. Tomorrow morning we got a sprint duathlon and also a long distance duathlon before we get the Olympic distance and the age group 100K. But Natalie Dow is going to be doing a little bit of it tomorrow. But Natalie, you're doing things out there in the world of marathon running as well for a bigger cause and everything. But let me just get you caught up to speed with Natalie. Natalie's run the length of Malaysia twice. She broke her own record from 8.5 hours to 6 hours. She's also run from Thailand to Singapore and ran the length of the Philippines. I said before, do you want me to take your temperature? But you're out there not doing it for yourself. You're doing it for a bigger cause.
Yeah, I'm doing it to prove to women out there that they can go and achieve amazing things at any age, but also a bigger cause, which is to help underserved youth in Asia and give them access to sport. Yeah.
Okay, and you've been out here watching the T100 today. Are you inspired?
100%. You know, I feel for the guys in this heat. I've lived in Singapore for 22 years, so I know what they're going through. And my most recent run, you know, I was out in this heat for 19 hours a day, so I'm feeling it.
Yeah, running double marathons a day. Now, tomorrow morning, you're going to line up in the sprint duathlon. You're going to do a relay, so you're going to do the run portion, which is about 3 kilometres long. Now, are you sure you want to run 3 kilometres?
Yes, that's my warm-up usually. I'm definitely not a sprinter, but it'll be fun amongst it. It'll be a great crowd, running it with friends, which is most important, and just enjoying it.
I say you start tonight at 9 o'clock in Malaysia. You'll be here by 6 o'clock in the morning. That'll be time to get out on the run.
Yeah, exactly. I'll be warmed up by then.
All right, Natalie Dow, one of our wonderful guests here. It's all happening down here at the waterfront. It's gorgeous here. The F1 pit area is on fire at the moment. Hayden Wilde from New Zealand is just running away from the field, and it is really heating up here. So we're going to send it back to you now.
Thank you, Greg. Thank you, Natalie. Fantastic to get the insight of Natalie there. What an amazing athlete she is.
3 kilometres just her warm-up usually, hey? I love that.
Yeah, it's a drop in the ocean, isn't it?
It really is.
Compared to the achievements that she's done. But interesting though, she's saying, you know, doing it with friends, that's just as important. It's a different kind of environment and a different thing to do, and just as important, I would say.
It is, and it's a big factor in what our T100 community is about again. And we spoke about it earlier, and she just highlighted it perfectly for us there. And while she was speaking as well, I had a little bit of a moment to have a look down some of the stats and to see some of the fastest movers out on course. And Hayden Wilde is still the fastest mover on course alongside Jacob Birtwistle. So Birtwistle up into 8th place, still at 9:33 down, but running at a real pace now. So could look to move his way up as he carries on. And Matt Hauser is then the next fastest on course, running at 3:32 minute per kilometre pace. So those 3 Southern Hemisphere athletes, 2 Kiwis and an Aussie, are currently tearing up the run course.
Yeah, Jake Birtwistle's got huge running pedigree, 11-time Australia junior champion, specialised in the 1500 metres, the 3000 metres as well. He had to choose between athletics and triathlon, chose triathlon in the end, and we're obviously very pleased that he did, because it's great to see him out on course. But yeah, having that being able to back up the rest of your triathlon with that sort of pedigree as a runner must just be a secret weapon. Well, it's not so secret, I guess, to a lot of the athletes if they know that as well, but able to put that sort of performance out on the run course, and it's mighty impressive.
You're absolutely right, but what I've noticed in recent years is that the real superstars of our sport all now seem to have at least one of the 3 sports where they can compete on an individual level. So, as you said, Jake Birtwistle can go off into running races and compete with very, very high-level runners. And then we've seen it with Hayden Wilde as he goes off into the New Zealand time trial and road race championships and competes with those. We've seen Lucy Charles-Barclay compete with top-level swimmers. We see that from a lot of our top athletes now, that they can go off into an individual discipline and sort of mix it up with the best of them. And it shows the level that triathlon has come to, and the level of our athletes in the T100, that they can go off into these individual discipline sports and still hang tough and show that they're not just a triathlete, if you like, that they're that level of athlete.
Yeah, that level is just so impressive. And being able to drop into those championships is quite amazing. I wonder what the athletes who dedicate their entire lives to that one sport think when they see someone like Lucy Charles
they probably
Barkley?
hate us all.
Yeah.
They hate triathletes.
Yeah. They go, oh my goodness me, you're this good, and you also have the ability to swim 2K.
It's amazing for our sport, though, isn't it? That we can showcase that, you know, that there's a really big cross-training effect from doing all three, and I think for a lot of years that was doubted, especially sort of in the running community, and now more and more we're seeing our triathletes head into, that was a little bit of a limp almost around that corner, wasn't it? But yeah, we're seeing athletes go off and do these amazing things, especially these run times in the run community, and I've noticed we've started seeing some top elite runners going into cycling training now to try and pick that up. But let's look at Matisse on the screen there. That was definitely a little bit of like a stumble, possibly a bit of a limp as he went round one of those corners, and just trying to get a good look at him now to see whether he's actually, whether he is harbouring a little niggle or something. Possibly a little bit of cramping going on. We know these conditions, it's rife when the athletes are racing in these conditions. He fortunately is in the shade now, but maybe a little bit of cramp in his quad. Yeah, it seems to be limping a tiny bit there, and is definitely seeming to slow down a bit as well.
Oh, this is not good to see for Matisse Margirier. He's still managing to keep the run going. He's obviously got a drink in his hand, but he's really slowing into those corners.
Yeah, very slow around the corners. But again, if you are starting to face some cramps, especially in quads and things like that, just going really steady around a corner will definitely help. It won't completely make it go away, but you know, when the forces you put through your legs as you turn sharp corners is more extreme. So he's trying to mitigate for that a little bit, I think.
And this is where Singapore does bite.
It does.
You know, we've obviously had a huge amount of racing so far, but the fact that you've got to get your electrolytes in, you've got to make sure you're getting enough water in. If this is cramp, then that's all to do with that, isn't it? And just making sure that you're able to maintain the right balance in your body. But that is a fine art. He's
running with a bottle, which I think is pretty telling. The fact that he's running with that bottle, I assume it's got some of his own sort of special needs in there, his own nutrition, as he tries to get on board all the nutrition, but especially, as you said, those electrolytes that he needs. It's just so difficult to keep putting it all in on a race like this race. You're sweating it out at such a rate that to try and keep replenishing it is so difficult. It's such a balancing act. And then to try and get your, again, look so slow around that corner there. Trying to allow your stomach, or trying to hope that your stomach will accept all of that nutrition that you're putting into it, all those fluids that you're putting in. It's so difficult. But we've seen it so many times. Singapore takes victims. And it's so heartbreaking because Matisse Margirier is currently running in second. If he were to finish here, that would be his best ever T100 result. We spoke about earlier how he's only ever been on the podium once before, and that was in Miami. And there's still a long way to go. There's still a time for him to recover this, and he's not yet lost second position, even not let alone a podium position. But he's not looking as smooth as he was, that's for sure.
Yeah, speaking of smooth, you compare that run to what Hayden Wilde looks like.
Yeah, just shaking out the arms again, but trotting along quite nicely here.
Yeah.
Doesn't look under too much duress. Again, I would love to see his face. I do think that sometimes tells the tale, but his face so far hasn't shown any signs of distress, has it?
No, it hasn't. And this is where he will pass the air conditioning from the Flower Dome. Just on the right-hand side, you will see people going in and out. And yeah, he'll try and lap up as much of that air conditioning as he can in this part of the course.
Lovely shot there of Marina Bay Sands, wasn't it?
Excellent view of Marina Bay Sands.
It's got nearly 2,000 rooms in that hotel. Or the resort, I should say, with all the casino and the theatre and all the rest of it. 1,850 rooms in there and a big old swimming pool on top.
Extraordinary.
It
looks amazing at night, doesn't it?
They do such a good job of making a spectacle of these buildings here. They really are part of the landscape, but that's a even better image, and you can see he's sort of limping, sort of shuffling, got a bit of a grimace on the face there.
Yeah, the grimace is there, isn't it?
He's battling on, but he doesn't look smooth.
And how, I mean, if this is cramp, how can you come back from cramp in a race?
You can. It's sometimes quite hard to do. A lot of the time you see athletes stop and have a little stretch, and that could help. I just think it's telling that he's still running with that bottle. Obviously, you can only dispose of your nutrition in certain areas, and littering in general is illegal in Singapore, so you can't just drop the bottle. But the fact that he obviously took it way beyond the aid station, the end of the aid station, shows me that he feels like he really needed that extra, those extra fluids, the extra electrolytes possibly. But yeah, he definitely doesn't look comfortable, that's for sure.
And that is Hayden Wilde.
And Henry Schumann, I believe.
Yeah, that will be a lap there.
Yeah, there we go. So Henry Schumann on the pylon on the side of screen there, 13 minutes down, so he is 1 lap behind Hayden Wilde. And let's be honest, Henry's a good athlete. Henry's not doing badly in this race at all. He's in 11th place. But that's just the level of Hayden Wilde, isn't it? You know, it can be hard for these athletes coming in and racing against someone who is on the level of Hayden Wilde. And you know, we've spoken about, can anyone get close to him? Can anyone challenge him? And maybe what we're just seeing is that he is truly dominant, and that is the level that he's at. That we've got people coming into this race who've got Olympic medals to their name, and they're being lapped by Hayden Wilde because he is the best athlete in the world right now.
Yeah, it just proves how impressive what Hayden is doing right now is. As that is Mathys Margirie actually, just being passed there.
And you can see Sam Dickinson as well. So Sam Dickinson, who was previously passed by Mathys, is now coming back at Mathys Margirie. So we could see a repass back into second place of Sam Dickinson. So he is currently at 4:23 behind the lead and still got, you know, nearly a minute and a half back to Mika Noodt. And, you know, he's really shuffling in certain steps, but it seems it's not every step. He's having a little stop here now. So there we go. He's putting that bottle down, taking another one, leaving that bottle there, because as we mentioned earlier, everything has to be left within a certain zone, a littering zone. You can't just take those bottles and drop them anywhere on course. Yeah, that gap's down to what, 5-6 seconds.
Worth as well drawing your attention to Jonas Schomburg there. DNF for him, which is sad to see. Obviously, racing that full distance race last weekend, perhaps the ask of Singapore, the level of athlete on offer here, or the level of competition on here, just too much today, given what was in the legs. But I'm sure we'll find out in due course what it exactly was, but perhaps just the fact that he raced twice in 7 days. It might be as simple as that.
Very likely the cause. I don't think we probably need to read too much more into that. Yeah, again, Singapore taking victims, but just not surprising given the travel, the exertion of the previous weekend, the extreme circumstances of this course, this race. Yeah, I think that's probably reflective of the challenge he put on himself to come here and race just, it's a week after, but of course, Texas being so far behind in time, it's not even full 7 days between races. So a really big ask, and it just hasn't paid off for Jonas today. But hopefully we'll see him back at further T100 races, because we know what a competitor he can be. We've said he's podiumed before, so back with what we've got in front of us here. Sam Dickinson is any second now going to repass Mathys Margirie and take second place. Mathys still battling on as they go around that corner and sort of almost giving way to Sam, as he can't take those corners very fast at all. And I think he might have just stopped there. Has he stopped? Yes. Oh, he's just walked a couple of steps there and started again. He's really in all sorts of trouble here, and we're speculating about what this is. Is this an injury? Is this stomach trouble? Is it cramp? We're not entirely sure, but for an athlete like Sam, that gives you so much momentum. Sam was the athlete struggling just 10 minutes ago, and seeing Mathys pass him, run away from him, and probably, you know, thinking about the time gap to the athletes behind him, whereas now all of a sudden he's back up into second place and he's passed. There we go. Mika Noodt, that was going in the opposite direction, and he'll be able to tell that he's got still just over a minute on Mika. Mika's not really made much in the way of inroads into Sam during this run, and I think it's actually going to be the athletes further behind, the likes of Menno Koolhaus, but Youri Keulen, who is also running fast. He was running at 3:32 pace at last check, so he was definitely someone who was romping through the field. Then right behind him, Matt Hauser, Jake Birtwistle, those are the fastest runners on course outside of Hayden Wilde. And those are the athletes that Sam Dickinson's going to have to worry about now.
Yeah, and this it does just go to show, doesn't it, the patience that Sam has shown so far in this race, having that mechanical on the bike, remaining calm, remaining measured, sorting it out himself, able to get that chain back on the bike. I mean, that is a, you know, if he does go on to finish second here, he'll be very, very grateful that he did that, and he'll be very, very pleased with the way he handled that situation, I would think.
Yeah, absolutely. So at the moment, he's about 3 minutes ahead of those chasers, the ones who are running the fastest. Those three that I highlighted, Youri Keulen, Jake Birtwistle, Matt Hauser. He's got about 3 minutes, just under 3 minutes on those guys. And so they are already at sort of 10 kilometers on the run. So not even 8 kilometers, 7 kilometers really now left to run. He'll be thinking about that. He'll be doing the maths. How much time can I lose to these guys? And I think he'll be starting to believe that he can hold on for this second place, which we should mention will be a career best for Sam Dickinson. He had that breakout performance in the French Riviera last year on debut. He finished third. But to get another podium performance here in Singapore in conditions that truthfully don't really suit him, and not just a podium performance, but a second place, to go one up on his French Riviera performance last year, I think he'll be absolutely delighted.
Yeah, you would think he would. I mean, it must be so satisfying after a long winter of training, and you come back and one of your first races back, you put in a performance like we're currently seeing from Sam Dickinson. I mean, that is, yeah, hugely satisfying, I'm sure, and I'm sure all the people at British Triathlon as well, the people who support him, will be so encouraged to see this, because yeah, what a few months. Well, it's not even a year. What a few months it's been since he made his T100 debut on the French Riviera.
Yeah, it's probably about time I fully disclose my bias. He is coached by my husband as well. So, you know, I think I've probably mentioned it on previous T100 broadcasts, but maybe not today. So, yeah, if you hear a bit of excitement in my voice when we talk about the possibility of another podium for Sam, it's because it is one that is close to home for us. That would be 2 seconds from 2 races for Reece, my husband, if that happens, because Jess Villagar is also coached by him. So, yeah, we've got a long way to go before Sam steps onto that podium, but he's looking very good right now and putting together a really, really strong all-round performance.
Yeah.
Obviously led a lot of the swim as well. Took on that bike leg with a lot of, I think, calm, measured attitude, and then dealt with that mechanical so smoothly. Made his way back up to Mathis Margirier very, very well, but didn't do it all in, you know, 1 kilometer. Took about sort of 2, 3, 4 kilometers to get back up there, and now is running really, really strongly in second place.
So Hayden Wilde still out in front, and if things were to finish as they are now, he would also be leading the race to Qatar.
History waits at the finish line.
There's everything to play for.
Yeah, we will be back in Qatar come December, as Hayden Wilde, as I mentioned, sitting at the top of that race to Qatar at the moment. And there's a look at the rest of the races that we've got coming up here on the T100. We're in Spain next for the women, then San Francisco for the men, Vancouver in August, French Riviera in September, and then Dubai, Saudi Arabia and Qatar to round off the year. All of those races happening at the back end of 2026, where we will of course crown our next Race to Qatar champion. And Vicky Holland, who would bet against Hayden Wilde defending that title from last year?
I mean, obviously it's so early days to be talking about him being the 2-time T100 world champion, but you are right. I mean, in this type of form, looking as good as he does right now, he looks pretty under control. There we go. Little bit of nose breathing again. Like, he really is in control now, isn't he? I mean, that was the image I was hoping to get to see his face, because I think sometimes you really can tell how relaxed someone is. And he will, again, he'll know those time checks. He'll know what's happening behind him. He'll know that he's got well over 4.5 minutes, nearly 5 minutes now back to Sam Dickinson. So this could be one of, if not the largest men's winning gap that we've ever seen. And when you're putting that kind of statement down at the first race of the season, what does it mean for the rest of the series? Well, the athletes behind are going to have to find another level for sure if they want to try and take away that world title from Hayden Wilde.
Just explain what you mean about nose breathing there, and just the difference between that and I guess feeling a lot more tired and knackered.
I would say when anyone who's been for a run, whether it's jogging along or running hard, you know that if you are trying to get oxygen in, you tend to do it through your mouth. It's the easiest way to suck in air. You can breathe in faster, you can get more air in. If you're doing it through your nose, it's a lot harder. When you're sat at rest, you might naturally be breathing through your nose, but when you're exercising, it's very uncommon to be breathing through your nose. And especially when you run or exercise harder, because the stress on your body is so much harder that you are trying to breathe in, heave in air at times as fast as you can, and you often see the athletes under quite a lot of strain with their breathing, and you can hear their breathing being really hard. With Hayden, he had his mouth closed for some of that last portion that we were watching him there, so he's actually breathing through his nose at times, which tells me that he's not on his limit right now. It's telling me that he is very in control and that under no signs of stress.
Yeah. If we compare this result to what he did in Geelong in Australia, literally a month ago, and obviously he finished third there, didn't he? Behind Jelle, behind Kristen Blumenfeld. So where does this result, if things were to stay the way they are, where does this result put Hayden? Do we think he was just a bit undercooked at the middle distance when he took to the start line in Geelong?
Oh, it's really hard to know. I know he said he felt a little bit flat, and that's kind of all he said, and that really can take a bit of an edge off. And, you know, I'd absolutely love to see Hayden racing against both Jelle and against Christian Blumenfeld here in the T100. But Jelle beat him in that race in Geelong, and that hadn't happened at all in the T100 last year. So I think that's indicative of the level of those athletes. So, yeah, let's get them all in the T100. You're all welcome. Come to San Francisco, lads. We would love to see you all racing on our circuit and really proving who, once and for all, is the very best in the world. Because right now, Hayden looks like a hard man to beat.
Yeah, he does. He's certainly raising the level of this sport and asking and demanding, perhaps, that other athletes get to where he is. And I think over this distance, over the 100K, certainly over the last year and a bit, he's been untouchable, hasn't he? He's been a very, very difficult man to beat. But they're trying.
They really are. And you've got to sympathise. I mean, when you get these superstars in the sport, it's so hard to be one of the other athletes who is such a high-level, world-class athlete. You are top of your field. You know, you work day in, day out for years to get to that level. And you're still getting beaten by 5+ minutes by these people who are just superstars. And it can be confusing to look at almost, and to think it doesn't represent what's actually happening. What's actually happening is we're seeing a superstar. It's not to say that the athletes behind aren't incredibly strong athletes, but Hayden is just, well, how many superlatives can we use for Hayden, you know?
We need to get the thesaurus out.
If we do, I need new words to use for Hayden Wilde, I think, before the next race.
Yeah. But behind him, a really fantastic race there from Sam Dickinson. Certainly running faster than that little kid on the bike. Just goes to show how fast these athletes are running. It's easy to forget.
It's an illusion,
really,
isn't it?
Yeah. It looks all very measured, and particularly with the sort of smooth running cadence of the likes of Hayden Wilde and Sam Dickinson, who we just saw on our screen there. It's easy to forget that these guys are running really, really quickly. And yeah, particularly given the exertion of the last, what's it been now, just over 3 hours in the brutal Singapore heat. It's just so impressive. And any amateur athlete that's taking part in a T100 race this year, I really do encourage you to go online, visit the T100 website. You can look at the stats from the race and just try and compare your stats to what these guys are doing, and it's just superhuman stuff. We'll never get tired of saying it, I don't think.
No, that's right. We might bang on about it a bit, but it's because it is special what these guys can do, and you know, it is when you're quite right, Matt. You compare to what someone who's more of a recreational athlete can do. That's when you really see what level these guys are.
So fans lining the Marina Bay Sands shopping mall there, and just getting an eye on these athletes. They will have seen Hayden Wilde just go out in front. That's Sam Dickinson just in front of the lily pads there. But Hayden Wilde firmly in control so far.
So the big question is what is happening behind Sam Dickinson, isn't it? So we've got a clear leader currently in Hayden Wilde, and barring some sort of disaster, it looks pretty set that he is going to be our Singapore champion once again. Sam Dickinson currently in second at 5:18 back from Hayden Wilde. We've got Mika Noodt has now, looking at my timing sheet, just overtaken Mathis Margirier. So hopefully we might get eyes on that soon. So Mathis now down into 4th place. And behind him, we've got Menno Koolhaas in 5th. Just behind Menno, we've got Youri Keulen, Matt Hauser, Jake Birtwistle, and it looks like they're all running really close. There we go, fully limping now, and he's still battling on to try and make it to the finish. And you've got to wonder now whether it's doing more damage to his season hopes for him to continue rather than to pull off the course. But he obviously feels that he desperately wants to make it to that finish line.
But that's the thing. I mean, he's still sat in 4th place. So,
yeah,
okay, you know, maybe he drops another couple of places, but that's still a 6th, 7th spot in a really tough field. And come the end of the season, in the race to Qatar, those points could be huge.
Yeah, I mean, I never want to sort of advocate for dropping out of races, and I hated it whenever there was a reason that I couldn't finish a race, and you feel so much worse about not finishing a race than you do about a bad result. Like, that's absolutely how you will feel when you go back to your hotel room at night. You want to know that you did everything you could to finish that race. But he is now at 6:58 back. He's just 40 seconds in front of Menno Koolhaas, and then a few seconds further back to Youri Keulen, Matt Hauser, and Jake Birtwistle's at 9 minutes now. So yeah, that's going to be a tough ask for Mathis to hold on and to not get overtaken by probably all of those athletes. And if that were to happen, that would put him down into 8th place. But yeah, how much strength, how much grit has Mathis got to get himself to that finish line and to not drop too many more places?
Yeah, he certainly gives the impression he's a gritty athlete. He's an athlete who could do it if he needs to. So we'll keep an eye on that, because yeah, that battle is fascinating, and we really hope that Mathis is able to complete this race and able to do it. Obviously, he was in 2nd place at one point. And
looking so strong as well when he passed Sam, and you asked me how he looked, and I thought, yeah, he looks compact, looks neat, he's got good turnover. It was all kind of moving really well, and something has happened out there, and I think the fact that we can see that limp tells me it's more injury related. Yeah, I don't think it's stomach issues. It could be. I'd be fascinated to find out what it is that's hampered Mathis today, because he will be devastated. He was in such a strong position. So I think that's Kyle Smith, unfortunately not having the day he would like, but just behind him we can see Mika Noodt and these bright green shoes. I've got the same suit on, which is a bit confusing, but the bright green shoes of Mika Noodt coming up there, and he is in 3rd place. So that is the final podium position right there.
The one in front says 10 on his arm. It says 10, the one in lead. Yeah, it is, yeah.
It's a good look at Kyle Smith. Obviously not perhaps the result he would have wanted today, but he's spoken in the week about how he's got a different perspective this season. He had to basically push the reset button at the end of last year. It was a really tough year for him after such a fantastic showing on the T100 in 2024. Some brilliant results for him. finishing very, very high up in the series. And that is the pass there. Mika Noodt just lapping Kyle Smith. Yeah, fantastic 2024. Much tougher 2025 for Carl Smith, but I thought it was quite nice to hear him speak about it. And also, you know, he's been building his own house with his dad.
With his dad, yeah, he's been building his own house. He said more his dad than him.
Yeah.
But he's built a house, and he said, yeah, in 2025 he just felt that he was constantly trying to one up what he'd done in 2024, coming off that season where he was second in the T100 World Series, and maybe he's gone back to basics a little bit this year, but equally we know that he came off a collarbone break, I think, right at the end of last season, so he's possibly still finding a little bit of form after that, and he's going to hope for a build through the season. That's what he said to me earlier on in the week. But looking at Mika there, I think after today, he's probably not going to dislike Singapore anymore. I think he can say that he's got rid of that bee in his bonnet. I think he can say that this is now a course that he can succeed on. And he's become so consistent. I mean, I can't remember the last time now that Mika wasn't on a podium. He's just seems to be Mr. Consistency, and being able to deliver in these conditions that he didn't seem overly confident about before the race. I think that will give him a huge boost going into the rest of the year.
Yeah, I definitely think it will. I think Singapore is a race, though, that surely you can never feel confident going into Singapore, because the minute you feel confident going into conditions like this is probably when you overcook it. So I think he'll still probably get on the plane to Singapore each year with a slight
bit of trepidation.
Yeah, absolutely. But yeah, one way to certainly have a better relationship with a course and with a race is to put some good performances in, and
come away with a podium, hey?
Yeah, that will do it. That will certainly do it. So currently sitting in third spot. That's a very strong podium so far. Hayden Wilde, Sam Dickinson and Mika Noodt. If it stays like that, we've still got a few more kilometres to go.
Yeah, so Hayden is now on the last lap out here before he heads back over to the finish area on the F1 circuit. So that will be a final 1.1 kilometres that he's got to do. So he's nearing the end of that run lap now.
So we've mentioned, haven't we, numerous times about Mika Noodt's journey. Only 25 years old, which is kind of incredible to believe when you see him looking as accomplished as he is right now. But let's take a look, shall we, at his journey to getting here on the T100 so far.
The youngest in the field at 22 years of age, Mika Noodt finished in 9th place, so to get the top 10. 22, he's a baby. It's incredible.
He's dedicated his life to winning this race. He's the only man in the group who dedicated everything to this day. Extremely disappointing start to the run for him. Maybe a little bit of racing experience there and sort of paying the price for that now.
He was deeply disappointed in Singapore, but we see Mika Noodt high fives, fist pumps as he comes in for his next podium on the T100 series here in Ibiza.
I will never aim for a P4, so yeah, the podium was the goal, and yeah, really happy that I got it.
He's really focused on the T100 this year. He's had a couple of brilliant results. All 3 of his races have been really strong, but 2 podiums in a row now. He's surely gunning for more podium results.
Started with P9, then 2 third places, now 2nd place, so I'm on my way up.
Yeah, fantastic few years it's been for Mika Noodt on the T100.
He's a product of our series,
yeah,
really, isn't he? In
absolutely.
so many ways. That was a really great VT there to just watch, see him starting in 2022 at these sort of inaugural PTO Opens, and he then came through with these sort of stuttery performances, if you like, before becoming more consistent, and then last year really breaking into multiple podium results. They're just asking the motorbike to give him a bit more space. I think he needs to go faster. He's the motorbike out of his way there. But yeah, my biggest question is, are we going to see the hair down at the finish again? Is he going to release the locks across the line?
That is a good question, Vicky. I'm going to say yes. I hope so.
Yeah, no, I just think he's honed his craft on the T100 circuit, and I think that's why we're seeing him at the level he's at now. He's been able to race the best in the world time and time again at every race, and he's committed to the series. As we said, he's here at every race pretty much, and that's showing. That is now showing that level. that he's been able to get to. And here we go. Hayden is coming off the run loop there, back up the ramp and over the bridge as he heads back across now to the finish area. So Hayden's got just over 1 kilometre separating him from a second victory, a back-to-back victory here in Singapore.
And some nice shade to do it as well, just under here. I always think it's great when you see people trying to run alongside these athletes, and they, with no disrespect to that chap there, just you know, they make it look a little bit harder than Hayden is making it look right now. So he's going to cross the bridge, as you said, Vicky, the Helix Bridge, just on his way on the left-hand side. And I think it's time we can cement the bucket hat visor as a brilliant invention.
I think we have to give it a thumbs up, don't we?
Yeah, you got our thumbs up, Hayden.
Yeah. I wonder how many age groupers will be wearing it tomorrow.
Yeah.
They're all just out shopping for bucket hats now and getting their scissors out.
Scissors, I was going to say. Yeah. As we've said numerous times, very thinks about it all. There you go. That's a little high five there. Not high five, it kind of...
A little acknowledgement.
A little acknowledgement there from Jake Birtwistle.
Yeah, going the other way. They'll have raced each other so many times in the short course world as well. Those athletes will know each other very, very well. And then a quick shake out of the arms, and off he goes up the bridge and on his way back to the F1 circuit.
So yeah, we have run out of superlatives, haven't we, to talk about Hayden Wilde. More
he's just very, very good.
He's just very, very good, but it's kind of easy to just take this for granted and take this as read, whereas actually what he's doing now is really quite remarkable. So not long to go here for Hayden Wilde. Just going to lose sight of him
as he winds underneath the Helix Bridge there. You can see why it's called the Helix Bridge, in fact, can't you, with that amazing structure, that pattern that goes over the top of it. So he's wound his way down and underneath, and then he will pop out on the right side by the F1 circuit, quite near to the swim exit, and then we'll head along to the finish area. And it's worth saying, by moving our venue across over to the F1 circuit, this amazing venue, all the races can stay in the same place, so the venue is the same for every athlete now, age grouper or professional alike.
Where did he win it today, Vicky, do you think?
Well, I mean, the fact that he was only about 5 seconds down at the swim was a very, very good start for him, but he just slowly took out time on everyone else on the bike, and then from that point on, he was able to relax through the run because he was never under pressure. And the question marks we've had over whether he can deal with the heat have been answered once again, and he's showing why he is the T100 world champion, and he's showing that he is back to try and defend that title.
Yeah, this is a pretty flawless performance, isn't it, from Hayden Wilde? There were moments, weren't there, earlier on in the race where it looked like the others could stay with him. Matt Hauser gave it a really good go. Fantastic to see him race on the T100, but perhaps he'll also recognise just the special nature of what Hayden Wilde is doing here.
Definitely, and I'll be very interested to know whether this is in fact going to be the biggest winning margin we've ever seen, because we now are going to be about 6 minutes of waiting for Sam Dickinson. But let's welcome in Hayden Wilde.
So there he is, finger to the sky, Hayden Wilde, last year's T100 world champion, has backed it up in 2026. He is our Singapore T100 champion, and he once again takes stock on the finish line, and he'll have an awful long time to wait for the next person to come through for Sam Dickinson. But what an incredible performance here from Hayden Wilde, getting as much ice, getting as much cooling on him as possible.
I'm actually quite pleased to see that he sort of bent over at the end there and blew his cheeks out a little bit, because up until that point there'd not been a single indication of stress or strain on his body, had there? I mean, there was that one point early on the run where I sort of strained and stretched to maybe see that there might be something going on with Hayden. He might not be quite as relaxed and in control as we're used to seeing, but no, that was incorrect. He was absolutely in control in that race. I don't think he was under stress for a moment, and to finish looking so fresh as he did there in a race in these conditions is exceptional.
Yeah, a little smile there from Sam Dickinson, I think.
Well, I think it's worth a smile, isn't it, when you're about to secure your second ever T100 podium, your best ever finish with a second place, and a really, really good payday and brilliant points in the race to Qatar.
Yeah, $50,000 is the winning prize money for Hayden Wilde.
40,000 for second, I believe. And that's an incredible payday for an athlete like Sam, who's, again, come through the short course ranks and just takes time to really kind of get to the point where you're getting that kind of money. And, of course, third place, Britt takes home $30,000 today as well.
Hayden does look like he's been through it, actually, doesn't he? It's reassuring, like you say.
He looks like he wants to go to bed.
Yeah.
He doesn't look kind of exhausted, as in he can't breathe and his heart rate's through the roof and all the rest of it. He looks like he wants to lie down.
Yeah.
But he looks, maybe that's just hot.
Just what you want, a camera shoved in your face after you've gone through that.
Maybe
I wonder if he's going to get in the.
warm.
Is he going to get in the ice bath?
Yeah.
Don't know. That's certainly where I'd be going.
I'd dip my finger in first to make sure it's actually cool.
Oh, okay, yeah.
Just because if it's been there a little while and they've run out of ice or something, or it hasn't been topped up with ice, it will have obviously come to like a bath-like temperature with the ambient.
Sounds like you've been hurt before in an ice bath, Vicky.
Well, I mean, ice baths in general aren't very nice, and it's rare that you're looking for them to be colder rather than warmer, but in these circumstances, they will, of course, be wanting it to be as cold as possible so they can get straight in there after the race.
I bet.
Cool off.
So the debrief begins for Hayden Wilde down there on the finish line. And Sam Dickinson is somewhere in there.
He's in there somewhere. He's still making his way there. We see him running just down the side by all those cars.
So Vicky, obviously an athlete you know really well, Sam. Just put into context the achievement here of Sam getting second place in a field of this quality, in a race of this quality on the T100.
I mean, Sam is a quality athlete. Let's not beat around the bush here. He's not someone who's having a shock result here or anything like that. But this is a special result for him because he's had a few niggles at the beginning of this season, then put in a really, really solid block of training and everything was going really well. And then there's been a few question marks just in the last week or so, whether there was potentially something going on with his foot. He's obviously put that to bed. He's put that behind him because this is not an athlete who's harboring an injury right now. This is an athlete who's full focus, full bore ahead on I'm going for a podium today. And he's stuck to his race plan brilliantly. He's a very diligent athlete. He's very meticulous and he's disciplined in what he's going to do. He's got a plan and he will stick to it. I know that he was very careful to say, I'm going to not allow my heart rate to go too high when I'm on the bike. And he knew his heart rate would have spiked in the water with the incredibly warm temperature. Plus, he led parts of the swim, quite a lot of the swim, in fact. He will have waited for his heart rate to just lower slightly and then held it there. And he was able to do that and still push the pace on the bike and come off the bike with only one other. And that was, of course, Mathis Marjurier with Hayden up the road. And then he's held it together so well on this run because there was a point only a few kilometers in where it seemed like he'd started to slow and that maybe we wouldn't see this kind of result from him, but he's just backed it up and held it together. And yeah, sure, he's going to look back at it and say that wasn't my finest ever run performance, but there's no one coming away from today saying I've run the fastest I've ever run here in Singapore. So just to back it up and hold it together, I'm sure he's suppressing a few smiles right now. And when he gets onto that F1 circuit, maybe we will see that emotion from him.
Yeah, let's see.
You see Hayden there just, you know, having a cup of tea while he's sort of waits
time
for
to have a shower, hasn't he?
Really could have had a change by now, yeah. And again, we joke, but it's only to say what a performance from Hayden Wilde. I mean, to win by that margin, once again, is unreal, really.
It's the only way you can really contextualize it, I think, in terms of Hayden's achievement. And like you say, Sam is a phenomenal athlete. Sam is an Olympic medalist. These are quality athletes that Hayden Wilde is putting 6 minutes on at least.
Yeah.
Into their times on race days. So huge achievements.
And not looking under strain doing it, and that is a fired warning shot to the rest of the world.
It certainly is.
Because Hayden Wilde is back and he means business, and you're going to have to raise your level if you want to compete with him.
Yeah. So Sam slowing down, I'd say, to a bit of a canter.
He's on the F1 circuit
just,
now.
Get home now, Sam.
There we go. A little bit of a smile coming out for the first time from Sam Dickinson. And I think Rianne is going to forgive the haircut. She's got about 40,000 reasons to forgive that haircut right now.
Something tells me that she will as well. But what a performance this has been from Sam Dickinson. His best ever result on the T100 and an amazing way to kickstart 2026. Sam Dickinson coming home in second place. Hugs there from our champion Hayden Wilde, and that haircut should be here to stay.
It should be. I mean, he's done all the heat prep for this race. He's done sauna, he's done heat chamber, he's done passive, he's done active heat prep, he's done all of it, plus a month on the Gold Coast earlier this year to really try and put himself in the best position possible for this race, and that is the ultimate payoff.
Yeah, I'd say he actually looks better than Hayden did when Hayden finished, but that's another thing. So another finger goes up there from Mika Noodt, who is taking the final few corners and the applause of the local fans here in Singapore.
There we go, the hair's down. Well done, Mika, that's what I was waiting for.
Thinks about shaking it out. There we go. Mika Noodt comes home here, rounding out the podium in Singapore. That's third place for him.
That's
really
the biggest
good
reaction
result.
we've seen, isn't it? That's the most emotion we've seen crossing the line, and I think that's someone who's just banished their demons on this course.
Yeah.
That's someone who's thought, of all the races this series, that's the one I've got to get out of the way before I can shine on the other courses, and he's delivered a podium result, and I think he's going to have a much happier memory of Singapore to take home now.
Yeah, 9th in Singapore last year, 6th the year before that. Brilliant result there for Mika Noodt. That is Menno Koolhaas.
Equaling his best ever with another 4th place finish. I think he'll be pretty pleased with that, although very close really to Mika Noodt. These last 3 athletes, 2nd, 3rd and 4th, have all come in really close, but great result from Menno Koolhaas, and he looks how I thought you'd look when you finished a race in Singapore, and having a quick lie down. And another athlete coming in, they're coming thick and fast now. Matt Hauser on debut, put together a pretty strong all-round performance, I have to say, for someone who's had just 3 weeks of preparation really on the TT bike. 5th place for Matt Hauser.
Yeah, fantastic result for him. We were billing him as a potential challenger to Hayden Wilde, but I think what we've seen today and what he's witnessed with his own eyes and with his own legs, I guess, is the quality of Hayden Wilde.
And I'm not sure he ever was the person suggesting that he might be able to contend with Hayden, and he didn't wear that pressure, he didn't entertain that. He just said he was coming here to see what he could do and have a new opportunity. And here we go, Jacob Birtwistle has really put together a really strong run there, coming in 6th place, and he's spoken about how he wants to race the whole series this year, so this puts him in a great position to get further starts later on.
Yeah, that's 6th place for Jake Birtwistle, his best result on the T100.
Birtwistle, Australia, and it was Kurt McDonald that was sitting in right behind Jake just a few moments ago, so let's see if the Aussies can get across the line, back to back to back there. So Jake Birtwistle just across the line.
So Jake Birtwistle comes home in 6th place. As I said, his best result on the T100, and we got
some athletes sharing a little paddling pool bar. Menno and Hayden in one.
Well, Mika's so tall, no one else can get in there with him.
Mika's having a spread out. He's saying, no one's coming in to share with me. Thank you very much. The problem is you can't get out again.
I was going to say he's got to get up now.
Yeah, especially if you start to sort of, cramp a little bit, then you're stuck in an ice bath.
Yeah. I think Matt looks pretty good, doesn't he? He doesn't look like he's...
A few puffs of the cheeks tell me that he thought, oof, that was a long way.
Yeah.
And that's something we've heard routinely from these short course athletes coming in, especially when it's been their first time over this kind of distance. They just think, gosh, that was far.
Yeah. So Jake Birtwistle continues a brilliant start to the season. 4th place in Geelong, 6th here in Singapore. That really is a brilliant run of results to kick off your 2026 season.
And I think in conditions that possibly aren't the ones that suit him the best as well. Yes, he's an Aussie athlete, but he's from Tasmania. It's not quite got the same conditions as some of those areas further up, Gold Coast and further into the Northern Territories as well. And yeah, I think he will be pretty pleased with that as a season starter. I think there's more to come from him as well. I think he didn't probably show his ultimate bike strength that he's really worked on today. I know he said he's raced in Singapore before, but never over this distance, and he will hope he gets more shots on the T100, and he certainly has said that's his main aim for the year, that he wants to race the whole series. So we'll, I'm sure, see more from him. As we welcome Youri Keulen in. So Youri is an athlete who's obviously won here in Singapore before. He's had heat episode in Singapore before. He had redemption with a 4th place last year, which was his kind of return to this race that held such emotions for him. And once again, a solid performance from Youri.
Yeah, he'll definitely be able to remember this finish line. He's been speaking candidly this week about how that impacted his season in 2024. Obviously got the win, but by his own admission, left part of his soul out in Singapore, and it took him a long time to come back from that.
Basically a year, didn't it? It was Singapore 24 to Singapore 25 before we could see him back to his racing best. And Matisse is still hobbling along. He's just about making it back onto that F1 circuit now. So that would be an 8th place finish for Matisse if he can hold off any further charges from behind. And I'll be so interested to know what it is that's hampered him through this race, and also why he has persevered to the end if he has in fact got an injury.
But that's grit, isn't it? That's what we were talking about. This is
ultimate grit.
Ultimate grit. He's checking behind him to see who,
is there anyone else
who
coming?
is behind. I have it that, let's have a look. Gregor Payet.
Yeah. Maybe?
Yeah, maybe, yeah, or Gregor Payet. One of those, yeah, it's a group of 2 just behind. So they were 3 minutes back at the last count. We'll see if they're still that far back. It really is a case of limping home here for Matisse, but not far to go. That is the finish line, and he deserves every single one of those high fives. This is an incredible performance from Matisse Margirier, not necessarily in result, but in grit and determination.
Yeah, sort of a wry smile there, isn't it? What could have been.
Oh, he's got the energy to do a last-minute dart around the corner, but he does make it over the line.
He will have known that that podium was there for him today, were it not for that issue that he came across with there. And pain in his heel, I think he's saying.
Yeah, interesting. Well, hopefully he's not done too much lasting damage with that.
Yeah.
Like you said, Vicky, you never want to see an athlete DNF, but the only time to do it is obviously if they're...
it's going to prevent further good results later on, and we want to see Matisse at all the races. We want to see him backfiring, want him in San Francisco and showing what he's all about, and, you know, maybe even hitting that podium.
40 minutes, I was blind, I was like, oh shit. So I was like looking at the heart rate the whole time.
Sorry for the language there from Hayden as the debrief continues.
He's talking about how his power meter kept sort of disconnecting, wasn't reading correctly, and I've heard that said here in Singapore. I think it's the effect of the humidity. Sometimes they just don't work properly. Yeah, so that could well have been a factor.
Well, this is what it's all about, isn't it? The debrief beginning. Friends and family from other athletes. That was Georgie, wasn't it? Matt Hauser's fiance, just congratulating Sam Dickinson. That's what it's all about.
Yeah, for sure. I actually asked, and this is one of the only races Sam's travelled to on his own. Usually he has either his dad or his brother, or, as you said, his girlfriend, Rianne, travel to the races with him, and came out to Singapore alone and, you know, delivered. It's hard going to these races, and especially quite far-flung countries. If you go on your own, and race week can be a bit lonely at times, but we've fostered a real kind of community here at T100 where the athletes are now just such good friends with each other that they kind of hang out together.
So that is Gregor Payet coming home in 9th place. And not far behind him will be Kurt McDonald as well. So that will be our
And following
top 10.
Down the finish line, we've got Kurt
Great result for Gregor there. And straight into the ice bath.
Yeah, that must feel so nice.
Yeah.
When you've been out on course for 3.5 hours in these conditions and you just get to collapse into a cold bath.
And really nice
the
there
best
that
feeling.
Hayden congratulating Kurt McDonald.
That's right.
Coming through to, like I say, round out our top 10.
He's had one previous T100 result back in Wollongong late last year, and that was 16th place there. So top 10 for him today. That's a pretty significant improvement. And, you know, just to reflect that in prize money at 10th place, you're still taking home $7,500. So that's a really good payday.
Okay, well, shall we get some reaction down on the ground? Greg Welsh, as I understand it, is with Hayden Wilde.
Well, thank you guys standing by right now. Another seamless race by you today, Hayden. You make it look easy, but you said it was pretty tough out there. I saw a great swim out of you today, and you just kept it going from there.
Yeah, no, really happy with how the day planned out. Yeah, started off with a really happy swim and ran up to Jonas Schomburg right beside, and he was like, oh crap. And then I had the opportunity, if I was too far behind, I was not going to put socks on, but I was like, okay, like I'm going to put socks on. So I had the time to able to put socks on, and that gives me extra time to just get in, get out in T2. So yeah, started the work on the ride, and yeah, half the ride, my power meter disconnected from my Garmin, so my hammerhead, so I had no data. I just had heart rate, so it was really hard to figure out what I was doing. And then it finally connected, and I was able to continue and just put my head down. And it was definitely hotter than last year on the bike. My heart rate was well higher, and my power was way lower. And I just made sure I just kept it consistent, and I was making good ground. And got onto the run, and half of the run was really hot, and then we finally got some cloud cover, and yeah, just put my head down and just made sure I was getting fuel in and getting water in and getting ice, and just kept on shrugging.
Yeah, exactly. You look across the road, you know, here and there to see where they are. If you lost your power meter, but you could see where they are on this loop course.
Yeah, absolutely, you know, and I was getting a little bit concerned because I was putting a lot of time in at the start, and I was like, oh, am I going a bit too hard here? And we finally got your connection back, and off we went. So yeah, it was that was all right, and then yeah, just kind of went to plan, and my coach and I, we had an idea of power, and we stuck to it, and well, more or less stuck to it. It was kind of just depending what the heart rate was, and every opportunity we got to drop the heart rate, we would, and every time we'd have to spike it, we would. So yeah, it was definitely a game of just I think a mental challenge out there today. It was definitely one of the, in the sense of like power and pace, one of our slowest, but at the end you just have to keep fighting and make sure it's enough for the day.
Yeah, hot and humid race, you always know that you're going to allow for a little bit, about 5 to 6% higher heart rate anyway, but going into the last couple of laps on the bike ride, you really did surge, because that's where the big chunks of time came back your way.
Yeah, I started to feel really good, and the you know, just kind of started to put my head down, and every opportunity to get super aero, I really got into the really tucked position, and on those climbs I really just started to push hard on there, and that's where I started getting a lot of time, and that gave me the opportunity to kind of ease into the run at the start and just really, you know, get that heart rate leveled out, and as I said, like just make sure every single aid station is getting fuel in, getting water and getting ice in.
Yeah, we look good on the bike, just absolutely great position. Your body is so quiet. You've worked on that position, it's unreal. Now on the run, also in the last couple of laps, you really accelerated, or you kept your pace going. You just absolutely decimated the field here. So good way to start the year in 26.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, I think the biggest thing for me out of here is the confidence out of the water. You know, last year I was a minute back and out of the water, and we had, you know, more or less the same sort of swimmers up front with the pace, and they felt really comfortable, felt good, and yeah, just hopefully take this on board and look for the next one heading on.
50K in the pocket, 35 points going your way, off to a good start just like you did in 2025. Mate, the world champion 2025, Hayden Wilde, gets it done in a hot and steamy Singapore. Well done, mate.
Cheers, mate. Got to pay for wedding somehow, so.
Back to you.
Thanks, Greg. Yes, wow. We know what the winnings are going to go on then.
That's a hell of a wedding he's got planned there, isn't it?
It certainly is. But the truth of the matter is, today no one could get near Hayden Wilde, and he looked as impressive as he did all throughout 2025. It's clearly been a very, very good winter for, well, summer if you're in the Southern Hemisphere, for Hayden Wilde, and he comes into this season in ominous form. I wonder what the other athletes are thinking,
yeah, you're
seeing
right.
that result.
Ominous is the word. He looked so good today.
Yeah, but there he goes. Takes the tape here in Singapore. Excellent racing from Hayden Wilde. So that is the Marina Bay Sands Hotel, just the very famous landmark, as most of the landmarks are here in Singapore, and an excellent day, it's fair to say, for us on the T100. Brilliant racing, seeing Hayden Wilde clinch yet another T100 win, and Vicky Holland alongside me. It's been, as we were just saying there, watching the shots of Hayden winning, ominous for the rest of the field. I mean, if you're someone like Yelagin sat at home, what are you thinking?
I think you're probably going back to the drawing board a little bit, but also with Singapore being so special that you kind of maybe don't take too much into account and just have to go back to your processes and think, how am I going to be that little bit better next time, and claw a little bit of time back to Hayden.
Lovely stuff. All right, let's get some more reaction down with Greg. He's with Mika Noodt.
Well, standing by now with our third place finisher. Well, today, Singapore was your best result right down here with sixth place before. Mika, you really wanted to let go of some of those demons. What got it done today?
Yeah, I finally held it together on the run. And it's been the first time I'd say that I really did my own race. Like on the bike, I just stick to my own power from the first lap, actually, which was very hard. I mean, it's so easy to go out hard. It's just way more fun also, especially being the first race of the season. You just want to hammer it. But yeah, I really held back, which kind of felt wrong, but in the end, it was ultimately the right decision. So yeah, very happy with it.
Yeah, you are going into a race like Singapore. The heat and humidity is definitely a factor that you have to go into this race knowing that your pacing has to be correct from the start.
Yeah, 100%. I mean, yeah, I screwed it up the last three years and told myself to never come back after each race. And yeah, now I finally achieved that podium. So now I got a good excuse not to come back, even though right now I feel really okay. So currently I want to come back.
Yeah, you do want to come back. Mika, you're only young, 25 years of age, from Germany. A lot of great German athletes. You must look up to people like, Jan Frodeno, Patrick Lange, all of them, so to speak. But going forward this year, what are your goals toward the race to Qatar?
Yeah, just to keep scoring more podiums. I mean, last year this was my only non-podium position with like P9, and yeah, even this year actually I felt less ready for this race. So yeah, I'm over the moon with it, and I think the season is off to a great start, and I think I can even improve from here. So yeah, very, very happy with the start of the season.
Yeah, great start of the season for Mika Noodt, third place today. He's already put himself in a great position going into the race to Qatar. Next race for our men's going to be San Francisco coming up in the early part of June. Good luck in San Francisco. Completely different race on a little bit different course.
Yeah, 100% different challenge, but yeah, I'm up for it. And yeah, I think this race is the one that suits me the least probably. So yeah, very happy with it.
Yep, exactly. All right, throwing it back to you.
Thanks, Greg. Fascinating insight from Mika Noodt. And Vicky, I thought one of the most interesting things that he said there was how he essentially did his own race. He worked to his power numbers on the bike. He didn't try and go with the people in front of him, and it's paid dividends, hasn't it, for him?
Yeah, and how he said about he just wanted to hammer it.
Yeah.
When you want to come out first race of the season, you just want to hammer it, but he didn't. He held back. He did a very, very mature performance for such a young athlete. And it absolutely paid dividends. And you could see he seemed almost emotional talking about how Singapore has been sort of that nemesis to him and how he's struggled here, and he's always said he never wants to come back. But he came back and he's battled those demons, and now he's not sure if he wants to come back because he's done so well, or if he doesn't want to come back because he can sign off on a good note with Singapore. But I'm pretty sure we will see him back here again.
Lovely stuff. All right, let's hear from our other podium placer, Sam Dickinson, down there with Greg.
Well, talk about a great race today under very, very difficult conditions and facing a little bit of adversity out there. Sam, I want to talk to you. Get straight to the punch. Dropped your chain in the middle part of the bike ride today, but you kept your composure. That's what kept yourself in there. We were saying, let's hope that he doesn't go out crazy and catch back up too quickly, too soon, but you got it done.
Yeah, it wasn't my finest moment, I think. Felt like a bit of a Choppersaurus Rex, but managed to managed to just about get it back on and stay calm. But yeah, I had some problems all day with shifting. It managed to shift, like eventually, but yeah, just coming out of that dead turn, it dropped onto the inside of the.
What goes through your mind at that point in time? Do you just have to, think about staying in the race and keeping calm, because you can lose your stuff and just go AWOL, right?
Yeah. And to be honest, like probably a few years ago at the start of my career, I probably would have done the same thing. But I think I'm like old enough and ugly enough now to like just chill out. If I can't reach down and get it on that way, then I'll just get off. Like, is what it is. Get the jam out, get it back on, get it going again, and then try and catch Matisse, like not straight away, but like just try and not spike that heart rate, spike that core temp.
Yeah, exactly. And then heading out onto the run course here today, you had a good little battle with Matisse Mejidi from France in the early part of it. And then he started limping, showing signs of either a cramp or an injury that he's been carrying. But Sam, you were patient, and then by the end of it, you got it done. You got your best place in the T100 last year at the French Riviera, 3rd place, 2nd place this year. You're off to a good start.
Yeah, I'm absolutely buzzing. Yeah, I know, I do feel for Matisse. Like, he was super strong today, both on the bike and on the run. He started really quick as well. So I think he had a little bit of cramp, which took him out of the podium places. And yeah, no, for me, it was just running my own race and trying not to worry about what was going on around. And luckily enough, it was good enough for 2nd here. So yeah, super pleased.
Well, you built your confidence last year. You built your race results last year. This year, you're off to a great start, 2nd place. You banked $40,000 and a good amount of points going into the start of the season. Happy about that?
Yeah, who wouldn't be, to be fair? It's not bad, is it? Yeah, no, decent race. And, I think Vicky on comms must be my lucky charm, to be honest. I bet she is getting mental. But no, I managed to stay calm and stay cool. And yeah, super pleased to back it, like, first race of the season. Good start.
Yeah, mate, well done. Vicky Holland is a lot of people's lucky charms, and she's mine too. I'm just going to ride the bandwagon there. All right, guys, back to you.
I don't really know what to say to that.
I'm here to be rented out as lucky charm, apparently.
Fantastic.
But, no, Sam is right. I was trying to remain as impartial as possible, but of course getting a bit excited. I think he's referring to the fact that his first T100 was the last one I commentated before I took a maternity pause, shall we say. And now I'm back and he's back and it's all going really well. So, Sam, don't worry. I'm planning to be here for the rest of the series. So plenty more podiums from you, I hope.
There we go. That's the replay there of Sam's excellent bike mechanic work.
Toposaurus Rex, I think he called it.
That's a new one for me, I have to be honest. This is where he passed Matisse Margirier. And yeah, just alluded in that interview there, it's really horrible to see. As an athlete, you just don't want to be overtaking someone because they're suffering like that. You want to be overtaking them on pure pace. But that was Sam earlier in the run, and then obviously on the finish line there, taking that 2nd spot. And very, very happy in doing so. His best ever result on the T100. All right, we can get some more reaction down on the ground. Greg has got Matt Hauser.
4 race wins last year at the WTCS World Championship Triathlon Series there in World Triathlon Racing. 2025 was a year to remember for Matty Hauser from Australia, claiming your first World Championship, Matt. 2025 was great. 2026, you posed a little bit of a different challenge to yourself with the cancellation of Abu Dhabi and getting a start here at the T100 Singapore. Reflections?
Big learning curve. I think it was nice to be a student of the sport again, for sure. I was humbled out there, and that's really what I wanted to do out there today. I wanted to kick my season off with a lower pressure race. Yeah, find out the inner demons, and yeah, get ready for a hard 2026 again, because there's a target on my back, as I said before, and yeah, it's going to be harder than ever this year. So it was nice to get my ass kicked today out there.
No, you did great. Look, I think you did take a little bit off it in the swim, respectfully. I think that was probably one of your tactics to do that, and respect the course. You got out there in the early parts of the bike ride and held your own. Toward the end of the bike ride, what were you thinking?
I was definitely hurting. I probably didn't expect my legs to go as early as I did on the bike. I think 40 or 50K, they started to lose quite a bit of power, so I was just holding on there, smashing the aid stations as well. I didn't feel too hot. It was just my legs just were in third gear the whole time, and especially at the back end of that bike, and just wanted to get to that run. And then when I hit the run, I was just trying to take on as much like Morton and fuel as possible, and thankfully my legs came good because Jakey Birtwistle was coming hot and fast at me towards the end there.
Yeah, the Aussies in the middle of the pack there. Yeah, nutrition plays a different part in a race that's doubly as long as what you're normally used to doing. 40K on the bike, 80K on the bike here. Yeah, so the nutritional part come into. Did you put a little bit of thought into that going into this race in your training?
I definitely did, yeah. I tried to practice it as much as possible. With a 4 to 5 week lead into this race, I probably set myself too high of a bar. And I know I was going to be up against it today, and I definitely found myself wanting in the back end of that race. But yeah, it's a good learning curve. As I said, it's nice to be a student of the sport again, get my ass kicked by Hayden and the rest of them. And I set myself the goal as a top 5, as a benchmark. So I'll give myself a B+ for that race, I think.
Not a problem. There's a lot of A+ coming your way. He's one of the hot favourites for the LA 28 gold medal, 7th place in Paris, world champion in 2025. Who knows what's next around the corner for this young man from Australia. Hey, stop that. Back to you guys.
Oh, good to see Matt in good spirits after that race, because, yeah, it's interesting to hear what he had to say there. Humbled by the T100 distance. All right, let's run you through then the results from here in Singapore. Hayden Wilde taking the win, and with the fastest bike leg of anyone. He finishes in first place. Sam Dickinson came home in second, took the fastest swim of anyone. And then Mika Noodt rounding out the podium. He is in third spot. Mena Kuhas in fourth. Matt Hauser, who we've just heard from, of course, in fifth. And he mentioned there the charging Jake Birtwistle. He comes home in sixth. Youri Keulen seventh. Mathis Margerier was in second at one point on the run. Only good enough for eighth in the end. Gregor Payet in ninth. And Kirk MacDonald rounding out the top 10. So those are the results on your screen that you can see at the moment. And confirmation there of 11th to 18th with 2 DNFs, Peter Hemerick and Jonas Schomburg. All right, Vicky, just time for a quick word from you. We're up and running on the T100. How excited are you for the rest of the season?
Well, it's been a brilliant first race. It's Hayden back to doing Hayden things. It's everyone else trying to work out how to step up the level. And I'm sure there's going to be plenty more twists and turns before the series is done. So let's get going.
All right, just under a month to go until we're back racing on the T100 as the women return to Spain on the 23rd of May. Until then, from all of us here in Singapore, bye for now.
Have a good race. So away we go here in San Francisco.
Absolute bucket list race for pretty much any triathlete on the planet.
He's just basically given his lead away. Oh my goodness, this is the best finish we have seen. We are going to need an extra camera angle.
Champion, San Francisco T100.